Forgot to add myself. Hello, YouTube peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. I am not scrambling to do everything last minute like I always am. I'm really getting good at this. I didn't forget to fix the fancy tie. Not at all. The one that hurt my neck very, very badly and gave me a migraine that lasted like 3 days. Oi, I forgot to fix it, okay? I'm sorry. It was buried under stuff and I didn't see it all week until literally right now when I was cleaning my desk off so it doesn't look like a disaster area, and I forgot all about it. So, oh, still getting comfy. Kitty's in the bedroom, so he hasn't had a chance to rub all over my dress that I had to defur after I found that said brat Kitty found the book club dress where I folded it on a shelf and decided he was going to sleep on top of it all week. And since he sheds as much as like 10 cats in one day, I don't know how he does it really. Like, he has incredibly thick fur, and like he leaves a trail in the air when he walks. And I brush him. Not as much as I should because he hates it and he's a pain because he's very large. So it's very difficult for one person to brush the kitty. Oh. We will get on with things. I was trying to remember what happened last week, and as always, not a lot was coming to mind. This would be the problem. Because I know things happened, I just don't remember what they are. I remember I burned a hole in the book. I don't remember what phrase I was getting rid of, which is probably a good thing because I burned a hole in the book. I remember there was more sex that I objected to in terms of consent. And more Audi commercials. Ice cream. Oh yeah, her dad was like in a coma or something for like a day, but now he's fine. And apparently it was just a random car accident. It wasn't connected to mystery ongoing bad guys. Which just all the more cheapens it. It should have been connected. Or I mean, maybe we'll still find out that it was. We've still got almost 200 pages to go. So there's that. Well, we'll see. And the big thing that I completely forgot was a thing. Hi, Nightwolf! Ow! Good to see you! Hey, computer, I said pop up the thing. Pop up the thing. I can type. Really, I can. We have a new surprise tonight incoming. Because, oh yeah, the big takeaway of last week, because I think this is probably where we're going to pick up, is that after missing her birth control for 4 months, because that's something that you can just do because you are that stupid. Though granted, she was on non-existent birth control because E.L. James invented fake birth control for this book because we looked it up and it wasn't real. But then she switched to Depo, which is a real thing. And how do you forget for 4 months? You only have to do it once a month. Set a one-time reminder. And also, her doctor's office sucks for not like following up with her and like. And this is why you don't let your assistant cancel appointments for you unless they are work related. Why is your assistant handling your doctor's appointments? That's a you thing, not a work thing. But yes, as happens when you have all of the sex and your boyfriend is too hard-headed to use a condom, we find out that Anastasia's pregnant, or at least that's what the doctor thinks. I don't remember if they actually did the test and confirmed it. I don't remember that. I'm assuming so, and I know that in the movie she is pregnant, so I know that this is real. It's not going to be a red herring because I don't think the movie would have changed that much. I mean, I know they added in a lot, but I don't think they would change that. Because that would probably be going a step too far. Okay, I'm just looking. Yes, they actually did a pregnancy test, but not a blood test, which is not definitive, but usually reliable. Stick tests are pretty good these days. All right, it's from the national anthem. Let me check the sound. Sound is good.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they go, "Oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you." Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, "Hey, would you like a cup of tea?" And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, "No thank you," then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, "Yes, please, that's kind of you." And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, "Do you want tea?" because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, "But you wanted tea last week," or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, "But you wanted tea last night." If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Hey, let's hope the copyright gods are with us and YouTube is not stupid about it this week. We'll see. Yes, I am wearing the old tie because I forgot to fix the new one because I forgot that it existed and it gave me a really bad headache, so it gets to wait. We have all of our ducks who are closer than they look. I don't know why in the video it looks like they are very far away. They are not. Let's see if I can remember everyone's name. We have Ralph the Blue Unicorn Duck, Charlotte the Queen Duck, Steve the I Don't Know Duck, Paddington the Grizzly Bear Duck, Caspian the Yacht Duck, Inspector Clouseau Pink Panther Duck, Dumbo Elephant Duck, Sally Cheerleader Duck, Bill Polka Dot Man Duck, Xavier Fancy Cow Duck, Eloise Cyclops Duck, and Pongo Dalmatian Duck. Beat that. Did not look them up. And we, as always, have more ducks. I counted. There are 12 behind me, meaning there's 13 still in the bag. So, if anyone is feeling generous tonight for $10, I will draw a random duck and you get to name it. Or I will name it if you don't want to or can't think of a good name. Hopefully, it will be something identifiable. So far, we've only got one unknown duck, which is not bad. The other thing we have something new because after breaking, and yes, I did, after breaking 3 pairs of these cheap handcuffs that tend to cost about $5, someone has been very generous with us. And we have these now. Yep, we got the real deal. And I know I'm anti doing this, but I want to. And shut up. And I've made this as safe as possible. These are real handcuffs, as in I've seen cops using these exact model. There is no safety release. These are real. They take a key to come off. They are capable of being double locked, which they did not come with instructions or a diagram, so I had to figure it out. But the tiny silver buttons that are on the sides can be pushed in, and that double locks them. And then to undouble lock it, you have to turn the key all the way the wrong way, and that pops the double lock, and then turn it all the way the other way to actually release the cuff. For those who don't know, double locking it means once they're on like this, if somebody this is around my wrist, it means it can't do this. It can't ratchet any closer. It will stay exactly where I put it. Now, I'm not going to double lock these because I don't need to. And I have the key right in front of me on my desk within easy reach. Also, if anything's happened to this key, there is a second key that you cannot see because it is on a string that is tied around my monitor. And the string is long enough that it will reach all the way to this tie if I need it to. And it's directly in front of me. It's about 8 inches in front of me. So I have 2 keys within easy reach. And for anyone wondering, the handcuffs are $25 a chapter, but our first chapter tonight has been sponsored, so these are going on. I tested doing things with them all week. I wish there was one more link between the hands because it's very hard to type while wearing these. So, yeah, we're going to have to see. You may see me typing on my phone. Where's the fun if you can have them open all the time? Hey, I know. But we are putting these on because, as I said, they were sponsored for the first chapter, but only for the first chapter. So if we would like these for the whole time, the second chapter is still available for $25. And since it is the first chapter, if anyone would like me to chug the glass of wine that I have right here, that is $50. Ah, love that sound. Now, these I cannot spin my wrists in these though. That's the thing. I need them very, very loose to do that, and it's hard because these are more narrow, is what I noticed. I've been comparing them to the cheap ones, and just top to bottom, this right here comes down way more and prevents you from like turning, which is probably by design. I don't think I have that tight enough or in the right place. Hold on, I got to adjust that. They got to go in just the right spot or they really annoy me. Okay, there we go. Key is right there. Should I need it? I can reach my drink. I can reach the keyboard. As I said, it's not easy to type because, as you'll see, I can't turn my hands and then have space to where you type because my thumbs are hitting because these are a little too close together. Like I said, I wish they had one more loop in the middle because the big ones do. They have 3 instead of 2. I cannot imagine having my hands this close behind my back, though. My shoulders would break. Okay. I think we're ready. Oh, that is really cutting into me. I may have to loosen that one. Okay. Oh, yeah, we're picking up exactly where we left off. Damn it. Now we're going to have to hear about Baby Doc. And him probably freaking out. Because, he's like spying. He's going to get the doc to tell him everything when she leaves. Oh. Okay, here we go. Chapter 20. I gape at Dr. Green, my world collapsing around me. A baby. A baby. I don't want a baby. Not yet. Fuck. And I know deep down that Christian is going to freak. Accurate. Also, there's things you can do if you don't want a baby right now. Though it is implying she could be as much as like 4 months along, which how are you that far and you don't know? Seriously. Mrs. Gray, you're very pale. Would you like a glass of water? Yeah, make them sit down before telling them things like that. Please. My voice is barely audible. My mind is racing. Pregnant. When? Take your pick. I take it you're surprised. I nod mutely at the good doctor as she hands me a glass of water from her conveniently placed water cooler. I take a welcome sip. Shocked, I whisper. Wait, aren't they at the apartment? Is she actually at the office? I thought she was at their place in his apartment. We could do an ultrasound to see how advanced the pregnancy is. Judging by your reaction, I suspect you're just a couple of weeks or so from conception, 4 or 5 weeks pregnant. I take it you haven't been suffering any symptoms. Okay, are we really saying that? Are we really saying that that's true, that she's only like 3 or 4 weeks along? Because if that's true, yeah, you can definitely not know. I'd be very surprised if you did. You'd almost have to be like, testing regularly because you're trying to get pregnant to know that early, because you're not going to be showing signs. Hi, Persnickety! Good to see you! We have new handcuffs. Look, aren't they shiny? I know, I'm loving the duck stand too. And I can just keep adding to it. I am going to do more decorating of it though. It needs a little more bling. I just haven't decided how I want to apply the bling yet, and I don't want to hate it, so I'm waiting for inspiration. But it's looking good. It's a good display of all our ducks. Oh, and how is our puppy girl doing? Is she back to running around yet, or is she still couch bound? Oh, for those just coming in, we've hit the part where Anastasia figures out she's pregnant and is having a meltdown about it. Rightly so. I shake my head mutely. Symptoms? I don't think so. I thought this was a reliable form of contraceptive. Not when you don't take it for 4 months. Like, unless you have some kind of implant. Oh. Let me guess, she had it arranged just the way she wanted. In a big pile with her in the middle. This is like when my cat strips the bed sheets, which he does, including the fitted sheet, little brat. And then he's in the middle of a giant pile of bed sheets and blankets and is just so very pleased with himself. Yeah, also that. Equally true. And the doctor is the idiot saying she could only be a couple of weeks, like 2 to 3 weeks from conception. And the only test she's done is the stick test, as in pee on the stick, which is not definitive. And especially as this book is 10 years old, back then they didn't have the ones that can sometimes confirm a pregnancy at 2 to 3 weeks. Those are like a more recent invention than this book. And they say right on them, like, not 100% reliable. This just means you should go to a doctor and get an actual blood test to see if you are pregnant, because that's definitive. Peeing on the stick, not definitive. They can be wrong. Not often, they're pretty good, but they can be wrong. And there's other things that can be going on that can cause them to give a false positive too. Like certain, I think it's like Hep B or Hep C vaccine can cause a false positive on a pregnancy test for like 6 weeks. Oh, I know, right? Right? How stupid is that argument? Seriously. Yeah. How are you? No. I know, like if you don't know, of course you're going to be surprised. And some women go a long time. They get like several months, like 3-4 months with no or minimal symptoms, or, oh, I thought I had the flu and I haven't put on any weight yet. So how would I know? Like, it happens. Though that I think it's got to be TLC because nobody else is that craven. But that show, I didn't know I was pregnant. Like, I'm sorry. Those are the ridiculous people. Those are the I am severely mentally ill and in denial people. And granted, I've never like watched a full episode of that. I've heard tell, but yeah, it's not good places that winds up happening. So you knew somebody who was surprised at 8 months? Wow. I think I'd lose my fucking mind if I woke up one day and discovered I was 8 months pregnant. And I would also think I must have been insane for at least the last 5 to not know. Reliable form of contraceptive. Dr. Green arches a brow. It it normally is when you remember to have the shot, she says coolly. Yeah. The thing with birth control that you have to take once a month is you actually have to take it once a month. How about that? How about that, huh? And again, we're saying this woman is so stupid that even though she knows she has missed 4 months of birth control, she is still surprised that she is pregnant because the one time she took birth control 5 months ago didn't protect her from now. I'm trying really hard not to make an America joke right now. There's too many coming to mind. I must have lost track of time. Yeah. Also, have fun explaining this to the child one day. Because the kids will ask. Eventually, they will ask. Christian is going to freak. There is a phrase that could be anywhere in this book and apply to literally anything and be just as valid. I know it. Have you been bleeding at all? I frown. No. That's normal for the depot. Let's do an ultrasound, shall we? I have time. So, wait. Okay, they just said something really stupid because she's just basically said she hasn't had her period in the last 4 months. And yes, some birth control can actually stop you from getting your period altogether, but those are the ones that say you should also pee on the stick once a month just in case because they ain't perfect. And if they're going to cause you to not get your period anyway, you could skip your period and think you're fine, but also be pregnant because, again, not 100%. So she's been skipping periods without taking birth control for 4 months and is still surprised to be pregnant. I am never taking back any of the times I have called this character insufferably stupid and getting worse. Because this is worse. This is worse. I feel like Anastasia in book 1 about half this stupid. She's definitely getting dumber as the books go on. I can get some of that. Because, like, especially when I was young, because of PCOS and endometriosis, I would skip for months at a time. But I also wasn't having sex, so I didn't have to worry. And the few times that I was having sex and then would still skip for 2-3 months, you know what I did? I went to the drugstore and I bought a pregnancy test because I didn't want to be caught off guard and have to deal with things. Yeah, no, I know. The doctor also does get stupider because, yeah, I know. And she's a doctor and she's supposed to be saying this. And that it's normal. It's not normal. This isn't normal. I nod, bewildered, and Dr. Green directs me to a black leather exam table behind a screen. We needed to be told it was black leather. This isn't a sex scene. Stop making it sexy. Oh, God, are we going to have med kink in this? I'll die. I'll officially die because that's one of my actual kinks, and I don't want E.L. James to touch it. I mean, I can at least console myself by saying she doesn't know anything about BDSM, so she didn't ruin that as much as she ruined that, and she did ruin that. Make no mistake, ow, phone. Oh, come on, emojis. You know what my top ones are. Why do you make me look? Ugh. Ow. Okay, the only place this is really hurting is on the bottom side of this wrist. It is absolutely cutting into me, and they're not even really that tight. I can get my finger through this, not easily, but I can. But wow, do they feel like they're cutting me? Ow. Okay, I may have to loosen that or put some padding or something because it's really feeling like it's tearing my skin. Uh, if you'll just slip off your skirt and underwear and cover yourself with the blanket on the table, we'll go from there, she says briskly. Does she actually mean a blanket? Doctor's offices are always fucking hot anyway. If you put an actual blanket on my legs, all I'm gonna do is sweat a lot. Underwear? I was expecting an ultrasound scan over my belly. You still need to take your underwear off. Like, trust me, don't do the push down thing because the super sticky, partially made of super glue gel stuff will ruin your panties and you will end up throwing them out. Why do I need to remove my panties? I shrug in consternation, then quickly do as she says and lie down beneath the soft white blanket. It's an actual blanket. How stupid. When is there ever? It's a sheet. It's light, but opaque. There's a reason for this. And also, I'm doubling down on this. She's a fucking idiot. If you want to know why you have to take your panties off, there's this thing called asking. There's this thing called, hey, Dr. Green, why do I need to take my panties off? Because I was expecting, yeah, I know, persnickety. I know what's coming, and I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die because it's hitting too close to real life, and I'm gonna die. But yeah, no. Phone. Okay, so we've established you can't ask questions, apparently. And also, really, do you want to stick with this doctor? Because it's like assumed that she's going to stick with her. You're not comfortable asking questions. She's an idiot. She couldn't keep your appointments straight. No, that is Anastasia's fault as well for letting her assistant cancel multiple appointments and not knowing about it. That's just incredibly stupid. But yeah, I would be shopping for a new doctor like immediately. That's good. Dr. Green appears at the end of the table, pulling the ultrasound machine closer. It's a high-tech stack of computers. What? I've seen these machines. They don't look like that. Sitting down, she positions the screen so we can both see it. That's a hell of a magic trick. Like, for anyone who knows the positioning here, where in the hell are you putting the screen that they can both see it at the same time? Because usually the screen is facing the doctor who is between your legs. So the screen is facing them and your head is behind it. They have to turn it all the way around so that you can see it. And they will usually ask you if you want to record it nowadays because they can do that with sound and everything, 3D modeling. Oh, I know, right? She does think HIPAA does not exist. I don't know if she's a former sub. We kind of had that question. But I think she's aware of Christians like BDSM shit because she's been the doctor to all of his subs. So I think she probably knows what is going on. But I don't think he ever slept with her because that would there's no way he would be able to let her still be the doctor to all of his subs if he had slept with her, because he's twisted like that. Because he wouldn't be able to see her as a professional anymore. She would be downgraded in his eyes. He would find a reason to fire her. I know it. Never had an MD. Oh yeah, that's also, I should have noticed that. You're also right. Yeah, it's always a technician. That's true, because they're specially trained. They know how to use the machine. Because yeah, that's one thing. Doctors will even tell you there's certain machines, if they're a general practitioner, they're like, yeah, that's a machine the nurse told me never to touch, and they abide because the last time they touched it, they broke it and they got yelled at. Plus, those machines are usually, I don't know why, but they are ridiculously expensive. I don't know, the portable ultrasounds they use at doctor's offices probably cost what, $50,000 each. Again, no idea why. Because usually the longer technology is around, it gets cheaper, but some things that never seems to happen. Beats headphones being one. High-tech Sacrum computer, sitting down, she positions the screen so we can both see it, meaning it's across the room, and jogs the trackball on the keyboard. Trackball? Do we think she meant trackpad? Because I've heard of a trackball on a mouse, the old school ones, but not on a keyboard. The screen pings into life. If you could lift and bend your knees and then part them wide, she says matter-of-factly. I frown warily. Okay, why are you not asking questions? Or do you really not know what the next line is? Oh, I know, but she has kids, though. That's the thing. She has children. I don't know if they're biologically hers. I think so. I think she has. I think I read somewhere she's got 2 boys that are they're grown. They're in college or older than that. I think I read that somewhere, but I'm 99% certain she does actually have kids. Meaning that yes, if she carried them herself, she would have gone through exactly this. Which I don't think you forget that. So I don't know. Maybe. Maybe. Possible. I mean, I don't think she grew up Amish or anything like that. Yeah, the NHS has wait lines, but they're not that long. Yeah, that's true. She grew up in Britain too, and they have good healthcare. They have better healthcare than we do right now. So, yeah, I really don't know. But seriously, how dumb are you? You're asked to take your panties off and lift and separate your legs, and you still are not asking questions while apparently having no idea what is going on. What? I lost my place. This is a transvaginal ultrasound. If you're only just pregnant, we should be able to find the baby with this. She holds up a long white probe. Oh, you have got to be kidding. How do you not know this exists? But also, Also, idiot doctor for not explaining ahead of time to somebody that she knows was a virgin very recently, is obviously very sheltered, and has never been pregnant before. So how do you not explain before you get to the point of having the thing in your hand? Oh, persnickety or naughty. This is true. I mean, that's his greeting for like all women. Because let's not pretend we think he's going to be faithful. But yeah. But how do you not? Okay, they're both stupid in this scene. They're both. These are two idiot characters being written by an idiot. Okay, I mutter, mortified, and do as she says. Okay, if you're mortified, why don't you go, I need a minute? Or, I don't want to do this right now. Or, something. I really got to adjust these. Oh, freaking hell. Now my eyes are watering. Oh, I bet it's raining again. It's been all day like that. And, I point out, everywhere around me, everyone's 20 minutes from me, covered in snow. They've got like 3 feet of snow. What did we get? Like nothing. Gotta be kidding me. Dr. Green pulls a condom over the wand and lubricates it with a clear gel. Mrs. Gray, if you could relax. Relax. I'm pregnant, damn it. How do you expect me to relax? She doesn't mean about that. I blush and endeavor to find my happy place, which is relocated somewhere near the lost city of Atlantis. What? Okay, I kind of get the happy place, but also wouldn't you want to be paying attention right now? Slowly and gently, she inserts the probe. Holy fuck. Yeah, been there, done that. Not a good experience. All I can see on the screen is the usual equivalent of white noise, although it's more in sepia color. Haven't those things had color for like 20 years? Slowly, Dr. Green moves the probe about, and it's very disconcerting, to say the least. There, she murmurs. She presses a button, freezing the picture on the screen, and points to a tiny blip in the sepia storm. It's a little blip. Oh, we're gonna have this because Bella had some stupid nickname for the baby, too. Oh, I hate that. There's a tiny little blip in my belly. Tiny. Wow. I forget my discomfort as I stare dumbfounded at the blip. Yeah, because at like 3 weeks, you're talking what? Like, I don't know. I'm trying to think of something small enough, but I'm not getting there. Like, I want to say it's something the size of a pea, but I feel like that's too big. I forget my discomfort as I stare dumbfounded at the blip. It's too early to see the heartbeat, but yes, you're definitely pregnant. Can you even say that for sure if you can't see a heartbeat? I mean, again, I don't know. I've never had a kid, but 4 or 5 weeks, I would say. He frowns. Looks like the shot ran out early. Oh well, that happens sometimes. Wait, am I wrong that the Depo is a once a month thing? Is it once every 6 months? Is there a 6-month version that I'm unaware of? And also, I'm sorry, what What are you? Birth control ran out early. Oh well. What? Some people would be some people would sue their doctor over that. There has to have been a case. There has to have been one. Somebody has to have done it. It's too early to. Oh, there we go. I'm too stunned by anything. The little blip is a baby. A real, honest to goodness baby. Christian's baby. My baby. Holy cow, a baby. Okay, we get it. I wouldn't be calling it a baby yet. A little early. Would you like me to print out a picture for you? I nod, still unable to speak, and Dr. Green presses a button. Then she gently removes the wand and hands me a paper towel to clean myself. Congratulations, Mrs. Gray, she says as I sit up. We'll need to make another appointment. I suggest in 4 weeks' time. Then we can ascertain the exact age of your baby and set a likely due date. You can get dressed now. Okay, how exact are you planning to be? Because you just told her she's 4 to 5 weeks. Are you planning to be more exact than that? Because that's pretty narrow. Okay, I'm reeling and I dress hurriedly. I have a blip, a little blip. Okay, I'm gonna die if the word blip is gonna be in this chapter like 900 times. Uh, when I emerge from behind the screen, Dr. Green is back at her desk. In the meantime, I'd like to start you off on a course of folic acid and prenatal vitamins. Here's a leaflet of do's and don'ts. She hands me a package of pills and a leaflet, and she continues to talk to me, but I'm not listening. I'm in shock, overwhelmed. Surely I should be happy. Surely I should be 30, at least. This is too soon, far too soon. I try to quell the rising sense of panic. Yeah, I can see that coming. I wish Dr. Green a polite goodbye and head back down to the exit and out into the cool fall afternoon. I'm gripped suddenly by a creeping cold and dark sense of foreboding. Christian is going to freak. I know, but how much and how far I have no idea. His words haunt me. I'm not ready to share you yet. I pull my jacket tighter around me, trying to shake off the cold. Sawyer leaps out of the SUV and holds the door open. He frowns when he sees my face, but I ignore his concerned expression. Where to, Mrs. Gray? He asks gently. SIP. I nestle into the back seat of the car, closing my eyes and leaning my head on the headrest. I should be happy. I know I should be happy, but I'm not. This is too early. Far too early. What about my job? What job? What about SIP? Who cares? What about Christian and me? No, no, no. We'll be fine. He'll be fine. He loved he loved baby Mia. I remember Carrick telling me he dotes on her now. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. Perhaps I should warn Flynn. Perhaps I shouldn't tell Christian. I'm going to go with don't tell him for a couple of weeks. Yeah. Like, what the hell? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Yes, she has options. Yeah, like she has a lot of options at this point because she's very, very, very early. But notice how there's no discussion of options. Notice how the doctor didn't tell her that. Didn't say that because you are only like 4 weeks along, you have options. Which I really feel like, I know it's not in certain states anymore, but certainly when this is written, I feel like any doctor would have said that to somebody who is just barely pregnant and is clearly distraught at the idea. Like, it's obvious that she's not thrilled about this. So, ugh. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And those are not the same thing. And he doesn't dote on Mia. We've seen this. He doesn't dote on her. He doesn't know any more about her than he does about any other like member of his family. He doesn't like his family. He tries to avoid his family. But he does not dote on Mia. Like, if he did, because one thing I was looking for was because we know Mia has a boyfriend that we have. I don't think we've met yet. I think they keep saying he's like traveling or some shit. But Christian didn't give a fuck. He didn't care. He didn't pull the big brother like, oh, what do you know about him? You know, I'm gonna do a background check on him, make sure he's good enough for my little sister. He didn't do that because he doesn't care. Wait, yeah, and his brother got engaged to Kate, and he also didn't care about that. Like, he doesn't care about his family. He doesn't even like them very much. He puts on, like, you know, he puts on a fake front to deal with them and be around them. Did he? Did I forget that? I might have. Okay, I am sweating my flippin' face off, and I have nothing nearby to dry my face off. This is an oversight. The thing is, the heat is so inconsistent. It's been freezing half the day, but now it's warmed up like 10 degrees, so now it's too hot. Oh, you were suggesting that he should. Oh, yeah. See, that would have been in line with his character as well. You could have made it work, is what I'm saying. Talking around, blah, blah, he loved maybe Mia, but no, he doesn't. Perhaps I should end this. Okay, so she's at least aware that there are options. She probably has no idea what they are. I halt my thoughts on that dark path, alarmed at the direction they're taking. Instinctively, my hand sweeps down to rest protectively over my belly. No, my little blip. Tears spring to my eyes. What am I going to do? Well, you've just decided that you're going to have it, so I'm not sure what else there is to say. A vision of a little boy with copper-colored hair and bright gray eyes running through the meadow at the new house invades my thoughts, teasing and tantalizing me with possibilities. He's giggling and squealing with delight as Christian and I chase him. Christian swings him high in his arms and carries him on his hip as we walk hand in hand back to the house. Isn't that the exact scene from the end of the movie? The third one. I think they filmed. I think that is like the epilogue scene. My vision morphs into Christian turning away from me in disgust. I'm fat and awkward and heavy with child. He paces the long hall of mirrors away from me, the sound of footsteps echoing off the silver glass walls and floor. Christian. I jerk awake. No, he's going to freak out. Okay, so we're saying she fell asleep in the back seat and had like 2 dreams in 5 seconds. I think Gail James forgot to say that she fell asleep. When Sawyer pulls up outside SIP, I leap out and head into the building. Hannah, great to see you. How's your dad? Hannah asks as soon as I reach my office. Oh yeah, her dad's like just out of a coma, so like they probably wouldn't even be expecting her at work right now. I regard her coolly. He's better, thank you. Can I see you in my office? Sure. She looks surprised as she follows me in. Is everything okay? I need to know if you moved or canceled any appointments with Dr. Green. Didn't we already go over this? Dr. Green? Yes, I have. About 2 or 3 of them. Mostly because you were in other meetings or running late. Why? Okay, you're fired. And why is your personal assistant dealing with your doctor's appointments unless you specifically asked her to? In which case you can't be mad at her. But she's still an idiot for not, you don't just move or cancel shit without telling the person that you did it, and because you don't know what their schedule is, or if that is too important, don't move it. And why are you double booking? Her assistant's a moron, is what I am saying. Because now I'm fucking pregnant. Is that the first curse word in this book? Oh, I apologize for my eyes being so red, but I've been having stuff in them all day. See, the problem is the second you have makeup on, then you touch your face. Okay, yes, I know. One character in this book that isn't a moron. Do we have anybody that's real left? No, we don't. Oh, the art dealer that sold them paintings of fruit for $15,000 when they were on their honeymoon. That's definitely a smart person, because they took advantage of her absolute idiocy of knowing nothing about art and charged her $15,000 each for 3 paintings, which she bought in under 10 minutes. So I'm saying that person is smart. I scream at her in my head. Try screaming out loud. It works. I take a deep, steadying breath. If you can move appointments, will you make sure I know? I don't always check my calendar. Yeah, that should go without saying. If you change my schedule, you need to tell me. I'd absolutely fire somebody if they changed my schedule and didn't tell me and there were severe consequences to it. If there were no consequences, I would say, okay, you need to tell me, and make sure they're very clear on that. But if there were serious consequences to them moving something and not telling me, wow, are you fired? Sure, Hannah says quietly. I'm sorry, have I done something wrong? I shake my head and sigh loudly. Can you make me some tea? Then let's discuss what's been happening while I've been away. The whole, 2 days that you've been away? What? And that's after being away for a month and a half for a honeymoon. She has spent probably less than 2 weeks worth of actual days at this company in 5 months. Sure, I'll jump to it. Brightening, she heads out of the office. I gaze after her departing figure. You see that woman? I talk quietly to the blip. I'm going to start skipping the word. Or I need a better word. What's a better word than blip that I can substitute so I don't go insane? Chat, help me. Consult all fur babies. They'll know. They get called stupid names. They answer because we have food. She might be the reason you're here. I pat my belly, then feel like a complete idiot because I'm talking to the blip. My tiny little blip. I need a different word. I shake my head, exasperated at myself and Hannah. Though deep down I know I can't really blame Hannah. Oh, sure you can. Despondently, I switch on my computer. Here's an email from Christian. Oh god, now we have emails. I did say we might go through 3 chapters tonight because these are really short. They're barely 12 pages each. And if we're about to have 5 pages of email, then this whole chapter is 3 pages. How am I still getting weather alerts? That's been my entire phone the last 3 days. Has all been weather alert, cold ice alert. cold weather alert, driving conditions. Like today, there was an advisory, like don't go out if you don't have to because the roads aren't clear. They are where I am, but like 20 minutes away, they're bad. From Christian Gray, subject, missing you. Mrs. Gray, I've been back in the office for only 3 hours and I'm missing you already. Wow, he stayed in his own office for 3 whole hours. That's like, that's a thing. That's an achievement. Hope Ray has settled into his new room okay. Mom is going to see him this afternoon and check up on him. So his mom, who I guess has privileges everywhere. I'll collect you around 6 this evening and we can go and see him before heading home. Sound good, your loving husband. I type a quick response. Sure, X. One word answer. Again, these people need to text, but E.L. James didn't know that like texting existed. So she wrote it all as email and wrote them all out. And yes, they all have the headers and the footers and take up like 2/3 of a page. Oh, yeah, this is why I'm surprised he didn't come over to her office and make sure she wasn't, like, I don't know, doing anything that he disapproves of, which is everything. Him to her, missing you. Are you okay? No, Christian, I'm not okay. I'm freaking out about you freaking out. I don't know what to do, but I'm not going to tell you via email. That's smart. Her to him. Fine, just busy. When will I tell him? Tonight? Maybe after sex? She's going, how can I get him in a good mood? Maybe during sex. Don't ever spring things on people during sex. That's just not fair. No, that might be dangerous for both of us. Things you should not be anticipating when about to tell him that, when he's asleep. I put my hands in my head. What the hell am I going to do? Yeah, I'll tell him when he's asleep, because that'll work. 5 months will go by, he'll be like, why are you getting fat? And she's like, I told you when you were asleep. We're highlighting part of this, because no, I'm not letting this go. Oh, there was another sentence before that I forgot to highlight. We'll go back and find it, because it's worthy. Okay, really cutting into me right there. Hi, Christian says warily as I climb into the SUV. Hi, I murmur. What's wrong? He frowns, and I shake my head as Taylor sets off towards the hospital. Nothing. Maybe now? I could tell him now when we're in a confined space and Taylor is with us. Oh yeah, just use Taylor as like literal human bodyguard. Like, I know that's his job, but not like this! He don't get paid enough! He probably does. Oh yeah, the number of red flags in their relationship knows no bounds. Ugh. How am I losing my place so much? Is work all right? Christian continues to probe. Yes, fine, thanks. Hannah, what's wrong? His tone is a little more forceful and I chicken out. I've just missed you, that's all. And I've been worried about Ray. Christian visibly relaxes. Ray's good. I spoke to Mom this afternoon and she's impressed with his progress in like 12 hours. Excuse me. Christian grasps my hand. Boy, your hand is cold. Have you eaten today? I blush. Anna? Christian scolds me, annoyed. Well, I haven't eaten because I know you're going to go batshit crazy when I tell you I'm pregnant. Because that's the logic. The logic. I'll eat this evening. I haven't really had time. Okay, I've used the I didn't have time for lunch excuse a lot. He shakes his head in frustration. Do you want me to add feed my wife to the security details list of duties? I'm actually surprised that it's not there already. I'm actually surprised that the security detail is not required to like force feed her lunch every day. Do we put it past him? I don't. I'm sorry, I'll eat. It's been a weird day. Moving dad and all. Uh, His lips press into a hard line, but he says nothing. I gaze out the window. Tell him, my subconscious hisses. No, I'm a coward. Okay, you don't have to tell him like the exact second that you find there. You could plan a nice reveal, a nice dinner, and then you have like cupcakes and he breaks it open and it's got a little baby in it or something stupid like that. Just don't play with explosives or set anything on fire, please. Too many gender reveal parties that start fires and burn down houses or kill people. Like, you don't need to go that hard. A t-shirt will do. Christian interrupts me, my reverie. I may have to go to Taiwan. Oh, when? Later this week. Maybe next week. Okay. I want you to come with me. I swallow. Christian, please, I have my job. Let's not rehash this argument again. He sighs and pouts like a sulky teenager. I thought I'd ask, he mutters petulantly. Yes, because, and he's going to find a way to make her go. He's going to find a way to make her go, or he's going to cancel the trip or something, because he needs her with him all the time. She's like his comfort animal. That I just quote The Giver. I just quoted The Giver. That book is not as good as people think it is. I mean, it's charming in its way, and the idea is good, but the execution not so much, and the movie is god-awful. How long will you go for? Not more than a couple of days. I wish you'd tell me what's bothering you. How can he tell? 'Cause he knows you! Well, now that my beloved husband is going away, Christian kisses my knuckles. I won't be away for long. What's with the knuckles in this one? Again. I nod and smile weakly at him. Ray is much brighter and a lot less grumpy when we see him. I'm touched by his quiet gratitude to Christian, and for a moment I forget about my impending news and I sit and listen to them talk fishing and the mariners. But he tires easily. Tad, we'll leave you to sleep. Thanks, Anna, honey. I like that you dropped by. Saw your mom today, too. Christian. Oh, Christian. Saw your mom today, too, Christian. She's very reassuring. And she's a Mariners fan. She's not crazy about fishing, though, Christian says wryly as he rises. Don't know many women who are, eh? Using my phone as a bookmark, because it works. Okay, first sip of the evening, because I'm starting to choke. Yeah, it's after 9, I'm good. Glad I remembered to take that out of the fridge. Because it's still really cold. And I don't like super cold things. I said turn off. I wasn't on that page. I don't know many women who are. Ray grins. I'll see you tomorrow, okay? I kiss him. My subconscious purses her lips. That's provided Christian hasn't locked you away. Or worse. My spirits take a nosedive. That is accurate! That is entirely accurate for her to be thinking like that, because either, like, there's one of two outcomes, and they're both terrible. It's like the way that Josh and Nathan can end in Until Dawn and The First Life is Strange. They don't have a good ending. This likewise has no good ending for her, because Do we think for a second that once he knows that she's pregnant and he gets over the freaking out that will occur, but once he realizes that him raging like a toddler is not going to fix it or make it go away, do we not think genuinely that he is going to lock her in a tower for 9 months? Because I think that he will. I also realized I forgot to do something very, very, very important, and I need to do it right now, and I need one of my hands. So I'm taking this off for like 1 literal minute because I have to check something very, very important, and I need to be able to use my mouse to do it. The stream may lag for a minute. It shouldn't disconnect. If it does, tell me. Come on, computer. I knew I forgot something. I even said it. I knew I forgot something. And yes, I did. And now I have to check something, and my computer's being stupid frickin' slow when I need it to be fast. And I gotta take like a computer repair course or something. I really do. Come on, computer. I need you to do one thing in 1 second. Come on. Hurry up. I'm not a patient person, ever. Okay. That should have taken care of that. I did not have enough free space to record this entire thing without it blowing up in my face, but now I do. Because I forgot to clear space, but now there's space. And it's back on, see? Person who sponsored this chapter. I am not cheating. Ow. Ooh, okay, when I'm sweaty, I can turn this one. Where were we? Oh yeah, but do we think that he will not lock her in a tower for 9 months? I think he will. I think he will go so insane and so paranoid, and like he's controlling anyway, but now he's gonna have the world's biggest reason is, oh, you're pregnant. Even walking down the street, you could slip and fall and lose the baby. So you should be carried around and never leave the apartment. And like he's gonna chain her to a bed for 9 months like Handmaid's Tale. That, or he'll find some private hospital and make her stay there the entire time, like hooked up to monitors and shit constantly because he's so paranoid. Come. Christian holds out his hand, frowning at me. I take it and we leave the hospital. I pick at my food. It's Mrs. Jones' chicken chasseur? Chaser? It's like chasseur, which is CHASSEUR. If you know what this is, please inform me. CHASSEUR. And apparently made of chicken. No clue. But I'm just not hungry. My stomach is knotted in a tight ball of anxiety. Damn it, Anna, will you tell me what's wrong? Christian pushes his empty plate away, irritated. I gaze at him. Please, you're driving me crazy. I swallow and try to subdue the panic rising in my throat. Oh yeah, I wanted to highlight the... Ugh. Yeah, I'm getting better. Really, I'm good at highlighting stuff with my wrong hand. Yep. Trying to subdue the rising panic in my throat, I take a deep, steadying breath. It's now or never. I'm pregnant. He stills, and very slowly all the color drains from his face. What? He whispers, passion. He should not be that surprised. I feel like he doesn't have a right to be that surprised. I'm pregnant. His brow furrows with incomprehension. How? Okay, so we have another person who never took sex ed. How? What sort of ridiculous question is that? I blush and give him a quizzical, how do you think look. Yeah, that's kind of fair. His stance changes immediately, his eyes hardening to flint. Your shot? He snarls. Oh shit. Did you forget your shot? Immediately turns it on her. Immediately. I just gaze at him, unable to speak. Fuck. He's mad. Really mad. Okay, this is your cue to get up and leave the table. Christ, Anna. He bangs his fist on the table, making me jump, and stands so abruptly he almost knocks the dining chair over. You have one thing to remember. Shit. I don't fucking believe it. How could you be so stupid? This is grounds for divorce. You're telling him you're pregnant and he's screaming at you and saying, how could you be so stupid? Like, another great story to tell the kids someday. Christ. I'm gonna wind up highlighting half this page. Okay, it helps if you turn the highlighter the right way. We're learning. No, right? Right? This is what I hate. This is what I hate, when guys act like they had nothing to do with it. And like, we've all heard the stories. We've all heard it. Where, you know, at best, the guy's like, do you need like $100 and a ride to the abortion clinic? That is at least effort. That's at least trying. They're at least trying to be helpful in some way, but the guys who pretend like they weren't there when it happened, or that it's all on the girl to be responsible with the birth control. No, it takes two, okay? It takes two. It took two people to make the baby. You both had a responsibility. Yes, I know. She is incredibly stupid, but he's stupid when it comes to this. And he should know better. I mean, he's had how many subs? Well, we know 2 of them are still alive. We can confirm, because we met one of his other subs, though she may not be alive anymore, because he was definitely planning revenge on her. And we know that Layla's going to kill herself within a couple of years, because he is continuing to keep tabs and stalk her for the rest of her life to make sure she never crosses the center of America to his side of the country ever again. And she knows that he's watching, which is exactly what her mental health needs. And for him to continue paying for her life, but only if she obeys his rules. Gee, where have we heard that before? Stupid, I gasp. Shit, I wanted to tell him the shot was ineffective, but words fail me. Also, that's not true. You missed it 4 times. I gaze down at my fingers. I'm sorry, I whisper. Sorry? Fuck, he says again. I know the timing's not very good. Not very good, he shouts. We've known each other about 5 fucking minutes. And you married her after like 1 minute. You don't get to play that card. You married her in like 2 seconds. Like, they'd known each other like 5, maybe 6 weeks when they got married. They have been married longer than they knew each other before they were married at this point. And don't you think that getting to know you is what you do before he put a ring on it? I wanted to show you the fucking world, and now, fuck. Diapers and vomit and shit. He closes his eyes. I think he's trying to contain his temper and losing the battle. If this is him trying to... Oh, God. Did you forget? Tell me. Or did you do this on purpose? There it is. There's the other shoe. There it is. First these, how could you be this stupid? And then it's, did you do this on purpose? There it is. His eyes blaze and anger emanates off him like a force field. No, I whisper. I can't tell him about Hannah. He'd fire her. Rightly so. I thought we agreed on this, he shouts. I know. We had. I'm sorry. He ignores me. This is why. This is why I like control. So shit like this doesn't come along and fuck everything up. Yeah, like you haven't been in control of literally everything. He's been more controlling and worse than ever since they got married. Because to him, her saying I do was her agreeing to let him control and dom absolutely every aspect of her entire life for the rest of her life. They had different expectations going into marriage. She thought it would make him feel secure, so he wouldn't need to dominate and control her so much, which is stupid. And he thought it was her ultimate submission and surrender and acknowledgement that he should be able to control every aspect of her life. And in his defense, she lets him. She's been letting him more than ever. He's been making more of the everyday mundane decisions and having her followed and spied on, like, constantly. So, sorry, idiot guy, but he also, given his level of control over her life and the fact that her whereabouts are reported on every 5 seconds, he should have known she was missing the birth control too. Because, like, he definitely could have had that information. Or how about you just buy the depot stuff and take it with you on the honeymoon? You can do it yourself. You don't actually need to go to a doctor's office. Well, depends on the person, probably. So shit like this doesn't come along and fuck everything up. No, little blip, Christian, please don't shout at me. How did I just lose my spot? Please don't shout at me. Tears start to slip down my face. Don't start with waterworks now, he snaps. Fuck. He runs a hand through his hair, pulling at it as he does. You think I'm ready to be a father? No! His voice catches, and it's a mixture of rage and panic, and it all becomes clear. The fear and loathing writ large on his eyes. His rage is that of a powerless adolescent. Now she's going to blame herself for putting him in this position. Oh, 50. I'm so sorry. It's a shock for me, too. Like, notice how she's not even... Like, all she's focused on is him and his rage. She is not taking her own feelings into account. The fact that he is being a horrible monster right now. The fact that she is unsure of what she wants or wants to do. That she also has mixed feelings about this and is not crazy about being pregnant right now. Ugh. I'll learn how to spell. Really need to turn my fan. I know neither one of us is ready for this, but I think you'll make a wonderful father. I choke. We'll figure out how. What in the hell about him makes you think he'd make a good father? Like, he's got money, but that's it. If we're defining good father, it sends a check every month. How the fuck do you know? He shouts, louder this time. Tell me how. His eyes burn as so many emotions cross his face. It's fear that's most prominent. Oh, fuck this. Christian bellows dismissively and holds his hands up in a gesture of defeat. He turns on his heel and stalks towards the foyer, grabbing his jacket as he leaves the great room. His footsteps echo off the wooden floor and he disappears through the double doors into the foyer, slamming the door behind him and making me jump once more. Yeah, this is how you want the grand reveal of I'm pregnant to go. He's raging and scaring you and storms off. That's exactly what every woman dreams of. This is just so romantic and fantasy fulfilling for women, don't you know? I'm alone with the silence, the still, silent emptiness of the great room, I shudder involuntarily as I gaze numbly at the closed doors. He's walked out on me. Shit. His reaction is far worse than I could have ever imagined. Oh, I imagined a lot worse. A lot worse. That was actually fairly tame. I push my plate away and fold my arms on the table, letting my head sink into them while I weep. Yeah, once again, leaving her in tears and storming out. Where have we seen him do that before? Oh, yeah, all the time. Hannah, dear. Mrs. Jones is hovering beside me. I sit up quickly, dashing the tears from my face. I heard. I'm sorry, she says gently. Would you like an herbal tea or something? Oh, and the fact that the. Okay, I'm going to use this term, and please understand the context in which I mean it, but the fact that the help has overheard all of this, and probably at least one of the. Either Taylor or Sawyer, one of them will have been in the room. It just makes it so much worse when you have a fight like that. Or in that case, he throws a fit like that. The fact that your entire household staff knows. Like, that's one thing. If I was like super mega rich, I could not, I think, have live-in staff. Like a housekeeper that came like 2-3 days a week, that's fine, but for like a couple of hours and then they leave, I don't think I could ever get used to having live-in staff because it would just be too creepy. I'd like a glass of white wine. Mrs. Jones pauses for a fraction of a second, and I remember blip. She's now just shortened it to blip. I really need another word. Somebody help. Because it's going to be called blip for the rest of this book, and I can't. I need a different word because that's too stupid. Now I can't drink alcohol, can I? I must study the do's and don'ts Dr. Green gave me. Do you really need to be told that you can't drink while pregnant? Also, she's been drunk within the last like 5 days, like 10 cocktails level drunk. And they make a pretty regular thing of having a lot of cocktails, so you've definitely been drinking while pregnant. I'll get you a glass. Actually, I'll have a cup of tea, please. I wipe my nose. She smiles kindly. Cup of tea coming up. She clears our plates and heads over to the kitchen area. I follow her and perch on a stool, watching her prepare my tea. That would also be so awkward, watching somebody make you a cup of tea. Like, she places a steaming mug in front of me. Is there anything else I can get for you, Anna? No, this is fine, thank you. Are you sure? You didn't eat much. Oh, persnickety. I love you, you twisted bitch. Love you so much. See, we think alike. Cause yeah, there's a good question. How about all the times that he has roofied her? One of which is very recent. One of which I think was last week or the week before, so it's within like in book time, it's within like 5 days. Because each of these chapters covers pretty much 1 day. So yeah, he's definitely roofied her while she's been pregnant as well. Oh, sorry for the noise that must have made. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to catch it on the mic. Sorry. I gaze up at her. I'm just not hungry. Anna, you should eat. It's not just you anymore. Oh yes, food shame the anorexic pregnant woman. God, having an eating disorder and being pregnant must be hell. I'm just not hungry. It's not just you. Oh, now there's a puppy on my leg, except I can't pick him up with the cuffs on because he gets all weird and I can't hold him properly. But he's gonna think that I don't love him. Okay, we're taking a puppy break. Taking one cuff off for exactly 1 minute to cuddle him because I don't want sad eyes for my dog. Yes, and you even know what I'm doing. He knows what I'm doing because I was practicing with these all week. And now he knows that I take one off to cuddle him. It's okay. Come on. I know you don't like it, but come on. He really doesn't like when I wear these because he just doesn't understand. It's okay. Let's everybody see you. Okay? Say hi. Say hi. Hello, everyone. I must remove all of Mommy's makeup because that's my job as a doggy. Okay, that's enough licking. Thank you. I promise when book club is over, you can lick my entire face until all the makeup is gone, okay? He wants to sleep on me. Yeah, you want me to hold you while you have a nap. That's what you want. Yeah, yeah, I want to sleep in your arms because I'm a little baby. I'm a little baby doggy. I'm a baby. I love you, baby. Yes, Mommy loves you. I love you. I love you. You're sweet. Mommy loves you. Say goodbye. Say bye-bye, everyone. Say hi to Sasha. She's a doggy like you. Say hi. God, they'd have so much fun. He'd literally run circles around her and then jump back and forth over her like the cow over the moon. Sometimes big dogs freak out when he does that. Yes, they don't like you jumping over top of them because you're tiny and hyper and they don't know what you're doing. Because you're insane. Okay, I'm sorry, but you can't have a nap in my arms right now. No matter how much you try to. Okay, you have to go down. Okay, gonna go on your pillow? Go on your pillow for me? Okay, go on your pillow. That's a good boy. Well, he must be content with that because he's getting a drink. Please let me fix you something. What would you like? She looks so hopefully at me, but really, I can't face anything. My husband has just walked out on me because I'm pregnant. My father has been in a major car accident, and there's Jack Hyde, the nutcase, trying to make out that I sexually harassed him. I suddenly have the uncontrollable urge to giggle. See what you've done to me, little blip? I caress my belly. I'm gonna name the blip something stupid. What's a dumb word I can substitute for blip? Mrs. Jones smiles indulgently at me. Do you know how far along you are? She asks very softly. Very newly pregnant, 4 or 5 weeks. The doctor isn't sure because she's incompetent. If you won't eat, then at least you should rest. Okay, again, her body's not really going through much of a change yet. So stop treating her like she's about to go into labor. But it's a cultural thing. Like there's an episode of TNG, one of the more infamous, and it should be deleted from memory. But it's the premiere of season 2. It's called The Child, and in which Deanna Troi gets impregnated by a passing alien entity that flies into her body and causes a rapid pregnancy and birth, and all that implies. But when the actress Marina Sirtis was on set and she had the fake belly, she said that even though like the whole crew knows she's not really pregnant, it's a fake belly. This is a one-off episode, and they had all seen her like looking normal, and then she'd go to makeup and come back with the belly. And she said that Patrick Stewart and Jonathan Frakes and LeVar Burton, if they were in the room, they would all stand up when she came in the room, and they would all offer her their chairs, even though she has a chair on the bridge set. They would be like, "No, sit in my chair. Put your feet up." And she would have to remind them, "I'm not really pregnant," because they were all treating her like she was super fragile, even though they knew that this is a fake belly. So it's some kind of societal cultural thing. If you, I nod and taking my tea, I head into the library. It's my refuge. I dig my BlackBerry out of my purse and contemplate calling Christian. I know it's a shock for him, but he really did overreact. When does he not overreact? My subconscious arches a finely plucked brow at me. True. See, that was true. That's probably the most honest thought she's had in 6 months. I sigh. 50 shades of fucked up. Yes, that's your daddy, little blip. Hopefully he'll cool off and come back soon. No, he's gonna go to Taiwan and stay there forever and pretend he doesn't have a child. I wouldn't put it past him. I pull out the leaflet of do's and don'ts and sit down to read. Again, most doctors, especially for somebody being pregnant for the first time, they're going to go over this with you in the office because there's going to be a lot of things that you don't know. And you might have questions, especially having found out you're just pregnant for the first time. I would think any decent doctor would immediately go, okay, I'm sure you have a lot of questions. Let's take some time and go through them. I can't concentrate. Christian's never walked out on me before. That's not true. He's been so thoughtful and kind over the last few days. Also not true. So loving. And now, suppose he never comes back. Possibility? Shit. Perhaps I should call Flynn. Or maybe you should call a real psychiatrist. I don't know what to do. I'm at a loss. He's so fragile in so many ways. And I knew he'd react badly to the news. He was so sweet this weekend. All those circumstances way beyond his control, yet he managed fine. What are we talking about? Are we talking about her father getting in a car accident? We're talking about he handled that well? What? I am confused. But this news was too much. Ever since I met him, my life has been complicated. Is it him? Yes! Is it the two of us together? No. Suppose he doesn't get past this. Suppose he wants a divorce. You'll be very wealthy. He'll be back. He will. I know he will. I know, regardless of the shouting and his harsh words, that he loves me. And yes, he'll love you too, little blip. I would not be so sure of that. He is a sociopath and a psychopath, as well as intensely narcissistic. Well, I don't know if he actually meets the criteria for narcissism so much as he's just incredibly self-centered and selfish. Leaning back in my chair, I start to doze. I wake cold and disoriented, shivering. I check my watch. 11 in the evening. Oh yes, you. I pat my belly. Where's Christian? Is he back? Stiffly, I ease out of the armchair and go in search of my husband. 5 minutes later, I realize he's not home. I hope nothing's happened to him. Memories of the long wait when Charlie Tango went missing flood back. No. Stop thinking like that. He's probably gone to... where? Who would he go and see? Elliot? Maybe he's with Flynn. I hope so. I find my BlackBerry back in the library and text him. Where are you? I head into the bathroom and run myself a bath. I am so cold. Are we supposed to be thinking something's wrong because of the cold? Or is that just supposed to show that she's like emotionally fragile? He still hasn't returned when I climb out of the bath. I change into one of my 1930s style satin night dresses and my robe and head into the great room. Okay, I want this nightgown. I love vintage nightgowns. Love. Especially, like, I like the real old, like, 1890s, like, Victorian with the long sleeves with the elastic wrists and the like, turtleneck with a flare high collar and the ruffles and stuff. Love those. Would love to have one of those. That'd be awesome. On the way, I pop into the spare bedroom. Perhaps this could be Little Blip's room. I'm startled by the thought as I stand in the doorway contemplating this reality. Will we paint it blue or pink? The sweet thought is soured by the fact that my errant husband is so pissed at the idea. Grabbing the duvet from the spare bed, I head into the great room to keep vigil. Something wakes me. A sound. Also, seriously, girl, you grabbed a blanket so you could go sit in the living room, wrapped in a blanket and sleep in a chair when you're in the apartment version of a mansion. Because what? Because you need to wait up for your I'm throwing a temper tantrum because there are consequences to all my fucking husband comes back? You're not his mother, girl. Like, I've had to say to past boyfriends, I am not your mother. Like, more than one. Because sometimes guys have unrealistic expectations, or they expect, like, Wolowitz, Howard Wolowitz in Big Bang Theory. That was a huge bone of contention in his relationship, was that he's such a mama's boy, and when he started dating Bernadette, and they tried living together for the first time, he expected her to be his mother and do all the things that his mother did for him, which at his age, his mother shouldn't have done 90% of them, but that was the comedy of their relationship. You know, that he was an overgrown mama's boy who never had to take care of himself. And so when he got married, he had to learn. But it almost broke them up a couple of times. It's Christian in the foyer. I hear a table scrape across the floor again. Shit, he repeats, more muffled this time. I scramble up in time to see him stagger through the double doors. He's drunk. My scalp prickles. Shit. Christian drunk? Can I just say, if he's drunk and like pissed off as I know he's gonna be, I am going to the playroom because it's the only room I know of in the house that has a lock on it. And I'm locking myself in that room till he sobers up because I wouldn't trust him for a second right now. I would not get within 25 feet of him right now. In fact, I might just quietly leave because he's wasted. And he's bad enough when he's sober. So you add alcohol and take away what any sense of control or limitations that he has, which ain't much to begin with. I know how much he hates drunks. I leap up and run towards him. That right there just confirms she has no sense of self-preservation left at all. None whatsoever. As I said before, she will stand still while he slits her throat. He leans against the jamb of the foyer doors, and she spelled jam wrong. Mrs. Gray, he slurs. Crap, he's very drunk. I don't know what to do. Oh, you look mighty fine, Anastasia. Where have you been? He puts his finger to his lips and smiles crookedly at me. Shh. I think you'd better come to bed. With you? He snickers. Snickering. Frowning, I gently put my arm around his waist because he can hardly stand, let alone walk. Where has he been? How did he get home? Let me help you to bed. Lean on me. You're very beautiful, Anna. He leans on me and sniffs my hair, almost knocking both of us over. Christian, walk. I'm going to put you to bed. Okay, he says, as if he's trying to concentrate. We stumble down the corridor and make it into the bedroom. Bed, he says, grinning. Yes, bed. I maneuver him to the edge, but he holds me. Join me, he says. They're gonna wind up having drunk sex. Christian, I think you need some sleep. And so it begins. I've heard about this. I frown. Heard about what? Babies mean no sex. He's pissed off, in a rage, and drunk off his ass. And he's still only thinking about sex. He literally has two moods, horny and pissed off. That is it. All he ever feels are horny and rage. I'm sure that's not true. Otherwise, we'd all come from one-child families. He gazes down at me. You're funny. You're drunk. Yes. He smiles, but his smile changes as he thinks about it, and a haunted expression crosses his face. A look that chills me to the bone. Come on, Christian, I say gently. I hate his expression. It speaks of horrid, ugly memories that no child should see. Let's get you into bed. I push him gently, and he flops down onto the mattress, sprawling in all directions, and grinning up at me, his haunted expression gone. Join me, he slurs. Let's get you undressed first. He grins widely, drunkenly. Now you're talking. Holy cow. Drunk Christian is cute and playful. I'll take him over mad as hell Christian any time. I wouldn't take either of them. Sit up. Let me take your jacket off. The room is spinning. Shit, is he going to throw up? Christian, sit up. He smirks up at me. Mrs. Gray, you're a bossy little thing. Yes. Do as you're told and sit up. and put my hands on my hips, and he grins again. Struggles up to his elbows and then sits up in a most unchristian-like gawky fashion. Before he can plop down again, I grab his tie and wrestle him out of his gray jacket, one arm at a time. You smell good. You smell of hard liquor. Yes, bourbon. He pronounces the syllables with such exaggeration that I have to stifle a giggle. Discarding his jacket on the floor beside me, I make a start on his tie. He rests his hands on my hips. Ugh. Okay, my back needed that. Where was I? I like the feel of this fabric on you, Anastasia, he says, slurring his words. You should always be in silk or satin. He runs his hands up and down my hips, then jerks me forward, pressing his mouth against my belly. Okay, put the drunk guy in the bed and leave the room. And here we have an invader in here. I'm not calling it that. I stop breathing. Holy cow, he's talking to Little Blip. Somebody please give me a better fucking name. You're gonna keep me awake, aren't you? He says to my belly. Oh my. Oh, excuse me. Oh my. Yeah, I'm getting like 1% better at that. Not any more than that, but 1%. Christian looks up at me through his long dark lashes, gray eyes blurred and cloudy. My heart constricts. You'll choose him over me, he says sadly. Christian, you don't know what you're talking about. Don't be ridiculous. I'm not choosing anyone over anyone. And he might be a she. He frowns. A she. Oh, God. He flops back down on the bed and covers his eyes with his arm. I have managed to loosen his tie and undo one shoelace and yank off his shoe and sock. Then the other. When I stand, I see I've met no resistance. Christian is passed out completely. He's sound asleep and snoring softly. I stare at him. He's so goddamn beautiful, because we couldn't go an entire chapter without that being said. Even drunk and snoring, his sculpted lips parted, one arm above his head, ruffling his messy hair, his face relaxed. He looks so young, but then he is young. My young, stressed out, drunk, unhappy husband. The thought rests heavy in my heart. Well, at least he's home. I wonder where he went. I'm not sure I have the energy or strength to move him or undress him any further. He's on top of the duvet, too. Heading back into the great room, I pick up the duvet I was using and bring it back to our bedroom. I would not be sleeping in the same bed as him. No way. No way. Absolutely no way. He's still fast asleep, still wearing his tie and his belt. I climb onto the bed beside him, remove his tie, and gently undo the top button of his shirt. He mumbles something incoherently in his sleep but doesn't wake. Carefully, I unbuckle his belt and pull it through the belt loops, and after some difficulty, it's off. His shirt has become dislodged from his pants, revealing a hint of his happy trail. Stop it! This is not the time! I can't resist. Oh, shoot me. Somebody shoot me. I can't resist. I bend and kiss it. No, no, no. You need to be punished for that. No. Can I do this one-handed? Maybe. Okay. Bad book. Bad book. Bad book. Bad book. I feel like I want to hit it more. Oh, you know what? I dug this out of storage. Bad book. Ow, that hurt my wrist. Okay, why is one of them okay and the other one is hurting my wrist? But bad book. Also, highly recommend this. Silicone paddle, very cheap, like $10. Durable as hell. You can use it either direction. It's really good. uh, Also, taking a belt off someone who is asleep in a soft bed and dead weight, that's gotta be really, really hard. He shifts, flexing his hips forward, but stays asleep. I sit up and gaze at him. Oh, 50, 50, 50. What am I going to do with you? Divorce him! I brush my fingers through his hair. It's so soft. And kiss his temple. I love you, Christian. Even when you're drunk and you've been out God knows where, I love you. I'll always love you. He murmurs. I kiss his temple once more and then get off the bed and cover him with the spare duvet. I can sleep beside him, sideways across the bed. Yes, I'll do that. Or he could sleep in one of the other bedrooms. Like, what if he wakes up horny in the middle of the night? As has happened, and expects you to literally just let him use your body as a fuck toy because he had a bad dream. Which he's done. Repeatedly. First, I'll sort out his clothes, though. I shake my head and pick up his socks and tie and fold his jacket over my arm. As I do, his Blackberry falls to the floor. I pick it up and inadvertently unlock it, meaning it has no passcode because rich billionaire guys never lock their phone. It opens on the text screen. I can see my text, and above it another. Fuck. My scalp prickles. It was good to see you. I understand now. Don't fret. You'll make a wonderful father. It's from her. Mrs. Elena Bitch Troll Robinson. Shit. That's where he went. He's been to see her. Dun dun dun. End of chapter. They're both short tonight, which is why I said we might do 3, but I don't know. So he went to his ex-mistress, who he knows Anastasia hates, and got really drunk with her, and then came home, and what did she do? She took care of him after he was an absolute monster about her revealing her pregnancy, and he scared her and yelled and stormed out and got drunk with the one person that he knows that she hates more than anyone. But since it is the end of the first chapter, and these are only sponsored for 1 chapter, they unfortunately must come off. And I do mean unfortunately, because I'm enjoying this a great deal, but rules are rules. You know, book club was founded on a trip to the crossroads. So, there was a pact. You know, deals were made. Rules were put in place. They have to be obeyed. Yeah, not bad. Not bad. I mean, these will be gone in 10 minutes, but not bad. See, I knew it was digging in more on the bottom. Okay, as always, between chapters, take a stretch break. Pet a fur baby, get some water, get a snack, stand up, stretch your legs. Oh, I'm not going to step away, but I am going to stretch. Oh, I am also going to put something on top of the book so I don't lose my place. Because the chapter mark already fell out and I don't want to have to look for it again. Oh, stretching, stretching, stretching. Oh, that's better. It's important to get good turning stretch when you sit down all day. Oh. Like one thing I learned doing like customer service jobs and stuff is anytime you're on a call that's taking forever, if somebody's on hold, stand up and stretch for 5 minutes. Because you just get so stiff sitting all day. right. How are we 2 hours in and I've not finished one glass of wine? Like, my apologies to the ducks. Also, we still have ducks. There are still 13 ducks. Okay, I've not gone insane yet, but just the way that sounded made me think of the movie 13 Ghosts, but with ducks, and now I can't not see it. I can't not see it now. So we still have 13 ducks that for $10 donation to a link that should be at the top of the chats, we will draw a random duck. For 25, I will put the cups back on for the remaining chapter. And for 50, I will refill this and chug it, but that's only valid for the next like half hour because I don't. Well, I'll say an hour. That's about the chugging is valid for an hour because I don't like it right at the end because then it just makes me sick. Of course, the exact second I have wine in my mouth, StreamYard's notification goes off. Stream Elements. I'm never going to not confuse those, by the way. Just putting that out there, I'm going to confuse them in perpetuity. Oh, we have cups. Thank you. I only have a real name, so I can't say it. But you know who you are, and you're obviously watching, so thank you. Thank you for sponsoring the cups. I will put them back on in just a second. All right, let me blast myself with my fan and cool down because I'm way too hot. Oh, that feels so good. I miss having a chiropractor, though. I found out my chiropractor died. Now, I haven't seen them in years, but I was looking them up to recommend to somebody else, and I found their obituary, which was creepy. Damn it. I hit the duck stage, now I fucked it up. The angle's wrong. Okay, that'll do. No, it won't. This is me being OCD. The problem is they're not, like, glued together. There. That's more or less where they were. I really am not happy with this angle, though, but I would need to turn them so they're half off. I'm worried that they would fall. Okay. My shoulder's one less break. Pup has retreated to the couch, and Kitty's on my bed. Hopefully not stripping it. sleeve. Come on, sleeves. Oh, come on. Move where I want you to move. Come on. You can do it. Okay. There. I think we're good. Why is my phone noticing at me? Okay, I know there's inclement weather. I know. I'm not out in it. Stop blowing up my phone. At least it's a non-emergency alert. It doesn't make that noise. Because I have been woken up by that noise, and I don't mind when it's an Amber Alert. You can wake me up at any time, day or night, if it is an Amber Alert. But when it's a mistake to tell me that the nuclear power plant in Pickering might blow up, and it's obviously not, and I live over like 200 miles from there, so it wouldn't affect me really, don't blow up my phone at 3 in the morning. They did apologize for that, but still. All right, here we go. I'm gonna have to adjust one of these cups because it's driving me crazy. Because I have to adjust this now. I can't focus. Oh, it's triggering all my autism sensory things. Oh, there we go. Okay, it was just pinching at the wrong spot. I couldn't take it. Okay, I'm just gonna have to get used to that for a minute. But that's better. Okay. Chapter 21. I gape at the text and then look up at the sleeping form of my husband. He's been out until 1:30 in the morning drinking. With her. It's the with her that she's mad about, not the drinking. I'd be more concerned about the drinking. I mean, we'd have a conversation about the bitch, yes, but he snores softly, sleeping the sleep of a seemingly innocent, obvious drunk. He looks so serene. Oh, no, no, no. My legs turn to jelly and I sink slowly to the chair beside the bed in disbelief. Excuse me. Raw, bitter, humiliating betrayal lances through me. How could he? How could he go to her? Well, honestly, she's about the only person he could go to. Because we know he's not going to go to his parents, and he's not that close to either of his siblings. He has literally no friends. She's the only person he trusts at all or has an actual intimate relationship with outside of Anastasia. So yeah, by default, she is the only person he could have gone to. Scalding, angry tears ooze down my cheeks. His wrath and fear, his need to lash out at me, I can understand and forgive. We're going to read that one more time. His wrath and fear, his need to lash out at me, I can understand and forgive. Yeah, see what I said about she has no sense of self-preservation left whatsoever? But this treachery is too much. Yeah, him talking to his ex-mistress slash ex-lover slash ex-abuser. That's too much. Yeah. That's the line. What an idiot. I pull my knees up against my chest and wrap my arms around them, protecting me and protecting my little blip. I rock to and fro, weeping softly. What did I expect? I married this man too quickly. No fucking duh! I knew it. I knew it would come to this. Why? How could he do this to me? He knows how I feel about that woman. How could he turn to her? How? The knife twists slowly and painfully deep into my heart, lacerating me. Will it always be this way? Okay, let's break this down. How could he do this to me? Because he's a selfish, self-centered asshole who doesn't remember that other people have feelings, or he just doesn't care. Mostly he doesn't care. Yes, he knows exactly how you feel about her. When has he given a damn? Like, when has he cared what you felt or thought or wanted or needed at any point in your entire relationship? Answer, never. Absolutely never. And yet she keeps expecting him to be a better person than she knows him to actually be. Like, one thing I can give him is that he is honest about who he is. Like, she's been the one that's been doing mental gymnastics trying to make him seem nicer than he is. Like, when she literally forced him to say that he cared about Layla and that's why he was paying for her mental health treatment. No, he doesn't care about her. He did it because he felt obligated. That's it. He doesn't give a fuck about her, as he proved when he, like, turned evil and threatened her in the boardroom. Like, he doesn't care. Through my tears, his prostrate figure blurs and shimmers. Oh, Christian, I married him because I love him. No, you don't. And deep down, I know he loves me. No, he does not. I know he does. I'm gonna say that's the pregnancy hormones, even though she's way too early for that. His achingly sweet birthday present comes to mind. For all our firsts on your first birthday as my beloved wife, I love you. No. I can't believe that it will always be this way. 2 steps forward and 3 steps back. See, she's talking herself into staying with him through method of delusion. She's literally distorting reality and pretending that something is going to change when it is not. He is who he is. It's not going to change. If you're going to stay with him, then this is what it looks like. But that's how it's always been with him. See? After each setback, we move forward inch by inch. He will come around. He will. But will I? Will I ever recover from this? From this treachery? Again, we're focusing on the wrong thing here. I think about how he's been this last horrid, wonderful weekend. His quiet strength while my stepfather lay broken and comatose in the ICU. My surprise party, bringing my family and friends together, dipping me down low outside the Heathman and kissing me in full public view. Oh yeah, she had her birthday party like literally a day ago and she was very drunk at that as well. So yeah, she's been drunk multiple times while pregnant and roofied at least once. So this kid's off to a great start. Oh, Christian, you strain all my trust, all my faith, and I love you. That's called Stockholm Syndrome. But it's not just me now. I place my hand on my belly. No, I will not let him do this to me in our blip. Dr. Flynn said I should give him the benefit of the doubt. Well, not this time. I dash the tears from my eyes and wipe my nose with the back of my hand. Christian stirs and rolls over, pulling his legs up from the side of the bed. He curls up beneath the duvet. He stretches out a hand as if searching for something, then grumbles and frowns but settles back to sleep, his arm outstretched. Oh, 50, what am I going to do with you? What the hell were you doing with the bitch troll? I need to know. Why do I feel like I've heard the term bitch troll on whatever show she was watching when she wrote this? Because she's never used the term before, and isn't it from Drag Race? I believe I am correctly remembering my history. I think I first heard it on Drag Race. Yes, it very much does. No, you're right. No, you're 100% right. I have often said that you could teach a warning class and start teaching this in middle school. Like, obviously different levels for different ages, but you could easily use these books and even clips from the movies that show it, because they couldn't hide it. You could easily use these books to do a serious comprehensive course on what an abusive relationship looks like and what red flags to look for and what are the warning signs and what to do when you see them, and what if you're the person involved, there's this, and if you're the friend, if you're Kate, I want specific addressment to if you are the Kate, if you are the roommate / best friend and you're watching your roommate best friend be treated the way Christian treats her, what do you do? You know, there's all these things, but yeah, you definitely could teach quite a comprehensive course based off these books, and it would be very valid. And again, that's about the only way these books are useful, if they're used in an educational, like, tale of warning way. Okay, something went down my boobs and I can't get to it because I'm wearing a dress and my hands are cuffed. Hey. But now she's trying to be all, I'm a mother now. I have to be all protective, and you're not going to do this to my baby. What do you bet she changes? Not a goddamn thing. I glance once more at the offending text and quickly hatch a plan. Does it involve something made by Acme? Taking a deep breath, I forward the text to my BlackBerry. Why? Step 1 complete. Is she going to threaten Elena again? Because again, you've threatened Elena several times. Oh, I forgot about that. Oh, you're right. Damn it. You're right. Okay, Persnickety is right. Yeah, if you're Kate, you continue to get laid by the abuser's boy toy brother, who has put a ring on it now. They're engaged now. But this lends to my theory. Snickerdoodles, I don't know if you were here anytime I laid this out, but I have this theory. If you've seen the movie Enough with Jennifer Lopez, if you have seen that movie, it's one of her good ones. And Noah Wyle is in it, the guy who played Carter on ER. That's why you'll know him. But it's one of her good ones, and it has a really good lesson for women in it. I love it as a female empowerment movie. But it's revealed, slight spoilers, because Jennifer Lopez plays a waitress, and she meets like hot, hot successful guy of her dreams. He comes into the diner, but what happens is initially Noah Wyle sits down, and she goes to like wait on him, and he's a jerk. He starts insulting her. He tries to like grab her ass at one point, and other guy jumps in playing the dashing hero, the white knight, and says, "Hey, buddy, don't talk to her like that. How dare you?" And he throws him out and says, I can't stand men who act like that. And so then Jennifer Lopez falls in love with Rescuer Guy. And we learn later that the two of them, Noah Wyle and Rescuer Guy, I can't remember the actor's name, I'm sorry, were best buds. And this was a scam that they pulled on what they thought were stupid, vulnerable, usually poor women as a one night stand. Because if you jump in and play the white knight, and then you say to the girl, "Hey, let me take you out for a drink tonight and make up for the bad day that guy just gave you," you're probably going to get laid. And so she doesn't know this for years, but it's a setup that the two of them did, and to bed women. And that is what I feel like Christian Grey and his brother did. I feel like they had a bro pact of, let's find two really stupid women and see how much sex we can have with them before we discard them like trash, because we're rich, we're rich douchebags and we can use and abuse women and throw them away. But then Christian did what Guy in Enough did, and he screwed up and fell in love with her. Or the two of them had a pact to say, hey, let's find two really stupid women, have a lot of sex, and hey, we'll even go so far as to marry them, and then when we get bored, we'll just kill them and bury them where all the other submissives are buried and shop for a new model. Because maybe his brother knows about the killing part. Maybe he's a psycho too. He's been on like 10 pages. We don't know anything about him. Other than he's now marrying the roommate. We don't know anything about the brother at all. He has no character development whatsoever. But nobody does. Step 1 complete. I quickly check the other recent texts, but see only messages from Elliot, Andrea, Taylor, Ross, and me. None from Elena. Good, I think. I exit the text screen, relieved that he hasn't been texting her. My heart lurches into my throat. Oh my. The wallpaper on his phone is a photograph upon a photograph of me. A patchwork of tiny Anastasias in various poses. Okay, she wrote that in the word. She means it's a collage of all of his photos of her, but she wrote that in the clunkiest way possible. Is photograph upon photograph of me. You could have written that a lot better. Because I had to go what the fuck for a minute. Our honeymoon, our recent weekend sailing and soaring, and a few of Jose's photos too. When did he do this? It must have been recently. How often do you look at your husband's phone? I notice his email icon, and an idea slithers enticingly to mind. I could read Christian's emails. So we're just going all, we're just going all invasion of privacy there, aren't we? Yep. Because again, not like he's the kind of guy who would have like a 9-digit security code and require 3-step verification to unlock his phone. Nah, not at all. See if he's been talking to her. So now she's going full paranoid. Should I? No. Sheathed in a jade green silk, my inner goddess nods emphatically, her mouth set in a scowl, and before I can stop myself, I invade his privacy. Well, at least she knows. There are hundreds and hundreds of emails. Duh. I spin down through them, and they look dull as ditch water, mostly from Ross, Andrea, and me, and various executives in his company. None from Bitch Troll. While I'm at it, I'm relieved to see there are none from Layla either. We've not established Layla can use. Okay, my mouth is really, really, really dry, and I need my lipstick. Why does my phone suck? Exactly, right? Because it's not like he's gonna have security set up on his shit. Where'd it go? Where'd it go? Did I drop? Oh, it's on my chest. Okay, I thought I dropped that. Okay. Okay, I pulled it apart and it went flying. It's not my fault. And I thought I dropped it. And today one really good tomorrow. You know, best lesson I ever got about lipstick and handcuffs going together was from a fellow dominatrix who explained that she would use a red food safe edible marker food safe edible marker and color her lips in before putting her lipstick on, because then once you got intimate and started kissing and stuff or whatever, or you just the night wears on and you're touching your face and lipstick wears off, your lips still look very red. Pro tip. I don't have one of those currently, but it works and it's good. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Because he's clearly 100% blaming her for the pregnancy. He's taking, again, as always, he is taking no responsibility for his part of the equation here. Which is, like, dude, again, it takes two to tango. Who remembers the show Boston Public, which was filmed in a high school that is in the city that I live in? It's the only high school in the entire city that I never went to, but I know where it is. I believe it's still there. I know there was talk of tearing it down, but I don't think they did. Because it's a historic building as well. And so it's where the show Boston Public was filmed. And there's an episode in which a student, that the vice principal, who's a very cold, like stoic, he's seen as the mean guy, the heavy of the school, but you find out that he's not so much. But there is a girl that he has been like kind of helping academically because he sees a bright future for her, and she gets pregnant and she chooses to have an abortion. But she makes a scene at the school because she runs through the school with flyers of the boy she slept with, and she's printed up flyers of his face and the word impregnator. And she says, like, why is it all the girl? Why is it all on me? Because if I keep this baby, I'm going to get kicked out of school. You know, my future is ruined. I won't go to college. I'll get kicked out of high school because you can't be pregnant and in the school. Why are all the consequences on me when he's just as responsible? I mean, he doesn't have to face any consequences. And so that's why she made the flyers and put them all over the school to say, hey, this is a two-party event. Why is it all on me? And she had a point. Like, because I went to, at one point, I went to where I graduated from was the alternative school that was both public and Catholic somehow. I'm in Canada. Don't ask. It's fucking convoluted and nobody understands it anyway. And it's so controversial anyway. But it was the place. It was the so-called alternative system where the Catholic schools would dump all the pregnant girls. It was the pregnancy school, such that when I went there every day, it was assumed that I was pregnant. I was one of like 10 girls that went there that was never pregnant, because that was where all the schools dumped all the pregnant girls to keep them out of sight and pretend that nobody got pregnant at the Catholic school, which had the highest rate of pregnancy of any school in the city. Gee, I fucking wonder why. And I knew at least 2 girls that got pregnant by the same teacher at that school. And the school knew about it and did nothing, and they were like a year apart from each other. One email catches my eye. It's from a Barney Sullivan. There's a name. Christian's IT guy. How does she know that? How do you know who the hell that is? And the subject line is Jack Hyde. Oh, there we go. I glanced guiltily at Christian, but he's still snoring gently. Yeah, he hasn't unpassed out from massive amounts of bourbon when he's a guy who doesn't drink and is probably going to be hungover for a week. Because that's the thing about people who don't drink and then they decide to drink. They have no frame of reference. They don't know the difference between 1 bourbon and 5. They tend to drink too fast because it takes time to work. Like, I know when I have a drink, like, I'm fine, and then, like, 30 minutes later, I can feel it. Like, and this is also why I just always, like, not that I drive, but when I did briefly, and also drank, I was like, no, just any night that I'm drinking, I'm not driving because I can't gauge. Because back then I like hardly ever had a drink, so I didn't really know how it would affect me, or especially over time, because you can have one drink, think you're fine, and then an hour later you're not fine. Like, and it matters, and different things have different effects on that. Like, did you eat? Were you exercising? How strong was the drink? How fast did you drink it? Were you eating and drinking at the same time? Like, there's so much to consider. So it's always like, no, if I'm going out to drink, I'm Ubering it both ways. That was always a hardcore rule when I was trying to get my license. And not to mention that at having a G1 license, you are required to be 0 at all times. If you get caught in the car with even 0.1 or 0.01, your license is gone for a year. So it's not worth it. I opened the email. From Barry Sullivan, subject Jack Hyde. CCTV around Seattle tracks the white van from South Irving Street. Wait a minute. How did you get access to the city CCTV system? There's no way they did this legally. Because for those who don't know, CCTV is, the CC stands for closed circuit. It's designed that way to prevent it from being hacked, so that only the city and the authorities that should have access to it have access to all the highway and speed trap cams and all the other cameras that the city puts up around the city, and things like the shot caller mics and things like that. They're on a closed circuit to prevent them being accessed by outside unauthorized sources. So if you can hack a CCTV system, you are a time traveler from the future. Because without being able to physically, and that's the point of it, without being able to physically jack in, you're not getting in. You would have to physically breach it in some way to have access. And there's no petition or FOIA, or, for those that don't know, FOIA is Freedom of Information Act request, because sometimes you can request that in America that usually private things become public. And if they don't violate certain criteria, they can be. That's how people get police body cams a lot of the time, though not always. Sometimes they can be denied. So yeah, getting into CCTV, that, or do we put it past him to bribe somebody with access to give him access? No. And we know he's used satellites to track Anastasia's phone. That's how he found her at the bar, because he has military contracts and used the military satellites to track her phone. So let's just say he did that again, but there's no way he legally accessed these. No fucking way in hell. Not a chance. CCTV around Seattle tracks the white van from South Irving Street. Before that, I can find no trace, so Hyde must have been based in that area. Or you're crappy at your job. As Welch told you, the unsub car was rented with a false license. Oh my god, she's using unsub from Criminal Minds. Stop it! Get away from one of my favorite shows! No! With a false license by an unknown female, though nothing that ties it to the South Irving area. Details of known GEH and SIP employees who live in the area are attached in the file. How big is this file? Which I have forwarded to Welch too. Okay, I'm sorry, but SIP is a publishing company that probably, it's not that big, so let's just say conservatively, it employs 75 people. The other one is Christian Enterprises House, whatever the fuck his company is called. It's his company. And it's a gigantic building that definitely employs at least 1,000 people. So are we saying there is a file on 1,075 people attached to this email? Because I don't know any email that has a file size that big. There was nothing on Hyde's SIP computer about his former PAs. As a reminder, here's a list of what was retrieved from Hyde's SIP computer. Yeah, for exposition's sake, person who already knows this, and I know they know this, let me tell you all these things again in case somebody who doesn't know is reading this email. This is one of the worst signs of bad writing. When you cannot work in your fucking exposition any better than this ham-fisted clunky as shit fucking bullshit. Really? You couldn't you couldn't have her find another file in a drawer or overhear a conversation or something? You had to do this? Ugh! This is worse than the opening scene of Code of Honor. Yes, I'm making all the Star Trek references tonight. I don't know why. It's just in my head. So here's what was discovered on Hyde's computer. Here's his list of Acme Roadrunner equipment, I'm sure. Listen up. Gray's home addresses: 5 properties in Seattle, 2 properties in Detroit. Detailed resumes for Carrick Gray, Elliot Gray, Christian Gray, Dr. Grace Trevelyan, which should be Grace Trevelyan Gray, as she's always been called. And yes, Trevelyan is the name of Maxim Douchebag in the other books. It's meant to be an in-joke. But I also say it means that Maxim and Christian are half-brothers and that she's the mother of both of them because she's the mother in the other one as well. And it makes sense in a weird way. There are less justified conspiracy theories than that. Anastasia Steele and Mia Gray. Newspaper and online articles relating to Dr. Grace Trevelyan, Carrick Gray, Christian Gray, Elliot Gray. So apparently no newspaper articles about the sister? Is that being sexist? Does that count as sexist? I think it does. Photographs. Carrick Gray, Dr. Grace Trevelyan, Christian Gray, Elliot Gray, and Mia Gray. I'll continue my investigation and see what else I can find. B. Sullivan, head of IT, GEH. By the way, this is how these lists are written. Can I just say? Okay, that's how they're written. Who writes an email like that? This odd email momentarily sidetracks me from my night of woe. I click on the attachment to check through the names on the list, but it's obviously huge. Too big to open on the BlackBerry, and too big to have been sent through any fucking email service in the known goddamn universe. What am I doing? It's late. I've had a tiring day. There are no emails from the bitch stroller Layla Williams, and I take some cold comfort from that. I glance quickly at the alarm clock. It's just after 2 in the morning. Today has been a day of revelations. I'm to be a mother, and my husband has been fraternizing with the enemy. Well, let him stew. I'm not sleeping here with him. She finally does something I agree with. I'm not retracting anything evil I said. He can wake up alone tomorrow. After placing his BlackBerry on the bedside table, I retrieve my purse from beside the bed, and after one last look at my angelic sleeping Judas, I leave the bedroom. We couldn't resist. We couldn't resist being ham-fisted as fucking hell. Yeah, right? That guy is like the head of IT, and he's doing like commando research and deep diving on somebody's office computer and then reporting to the boss. Ugh. Pull a Samantha. Itchy nose. So now we know Jack Hyde had all kind of files about the Gray family. Now, apparently, there are no newspaper articles about Mia. He had everything else on Mia, but not newspaper articles of her accomplishments. Which I feel like there's an underlying sexism there somewhere. Oh. Mm. Mm. Ooh. I have too much stuff on my desk. The spare playroom key is in its usual place in the cabinet in the utility room. See? I called it! I said I would go to the playroom and lock the door! Because it's the only secure room! I grab it and scoot upstairs. From the linen closet, I retrieve a pillow, duvet, and a sheet. Then unlock the playroom door and enter, switching the lights to dim. And then I find the smell and ambiance of this room so comforting, considering I safe worded the last time we were in here. Yeah, and then he shamed her and blamed her and abused her further for using the safe word, which goes against every principle of safe words ever, and she should have absolutely left him for that alone. I lock the door behind me, leaving the key in the lock. I know that tomorrow morning Christian will be frantic to find me, and I don't think he'll look in here if the door is locked. Well, it will serve him right. Okay, so again, they're doing this tit for tat crap. And I don't mean that in a sexy way. I mean in the, he did something to hurt my feelings. Now I'm going to do something that I know is going to panic him and make him think the worst because I'm getting like stupid emotional punishment. And again, if you're doing this within the first like 6 weeks of your marriage, dear God, get a divorce before you destroy each other. I curl up on the Chesterfield couch, wrap myself in the duvet, and drag my Blackberry from my purse. Checking my text, I find the one from Evil Bitch Troll that I forwarded to Christian's phone. I press forward and type, "Would you like Mrs. Lincoln to join us when we eventually discuss this text she sent you? It will save you running to her afterwards, your wife." Okay, apparently she's sending that to Christian saying, "Okay, I snooped in your phone, found this text, forwarded it to myself, and now I'm sending a screenshot of it back at you with the message, should we just include her like some threesome because I'm being really, 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 really petty." I press send and switch the volume to mute. I huddle under my duvet. For all my bravado, I'm overwhelmed by the enormity of Christian's deceit. Okay, I'm sorry, honey, but you are taking this way too fucking far. This should be a happy time. Geez, we're going to be parents. Briefly, I relived telling Christian that I'm pregnant and fantasized that he falls to his knees with joy in front of me, pulling me into his arms and telling me how much he loves me and our little blip. Leave him and take half his money. Now. Yet here I am, alone and cold in a BDSM fantasy playroom. Suddenly I feel old, older than my years, taking on Christian. I Taking on Christian was always going to be a challenge, but he's really surpassed himself this time. What was he thinking? Well, if he wants a fight, I'll give him a fight. Since when? You're pathetic. No way am I going to let him get away with running off to see that monstrous woman whenever we have a problem. Okay, I agree with you. Need to stop that behavior, yes, and say, hey, you need to discuss our relationship with me or your therapist. I'll make an exception for therapist, but not with your ex abusive mistress. And I'm drawing a hard line in the sand. But again, whenever she does that, he doesn't listen anyway, and she doesn't enforce it. And he knows she's not going anywhere, so why would he listen to her? Like, again, it's like when you threaten to send a child, when you say if you do that one more time, you're going to your room, and then they do it 5 more times, and you can't be bothered to fight with them and drag them up to their room kicking and screaming and lock the damn door. This is why all of my cousins are fucking incompetent morons that can't live in the real world. Like, they made their way eventually, but it was long after leaving their parents' home because they were raised with no consequences. So when they hit the real world and one of them got a job at 16 as a cashier, and she literally had such a panic attack that she got taken to the hospital because she was hyperventilating so bad. You know why? Because she didn't know how to use the cash register. She wasn't properly trained. She made a mistake and someone yelled at her. expecting her to know what she was doing. And she had no idea what she was doing and no idea how to deal with it. So she had a full-blown hysterical meltdown in the middle of a department store. Because she had never in her life been held accountable for being a fuck-up. Whenever she screwed up, her parents made excuses, and she was never forced to learn anything. She was never forced to be accountable or know that when you screw up, there's consequences. Like, one of the things I hate nowadays is when people fuck up and they say, oh, it was a mistake, I didn't mean it. I don't give a flying fuck if you meant it. You still made the mistake. So shut your damn mouth, stop making excuses at me, and fix it. And if you can't fix it, go get me the person who can fix it, but shut your damn mouth. I don't care if it was a mistake. Like, people don't fucking get that. It doesn't matter if it was a mistake. It doesn't matter if you didn't do it intentionally. There's consequences to your stupid actions. Like, we stop teaching people to be adults and we let them be babies until they're 35 these days. It's ridiculous. No way am I going to let him get away with it. He's going to have to choose her or me and our little blip. I sniffle softly, but I'm so exhausted I soon fall asleep. Conversations that should have happened before you were married. I wake with a start, momentarily disoriented. Oh yes, I'm in the playroom. Because there are no windows and I have no idea what time it is. The door handle rattles. Anna? Christian shouts from the other side of the door. I freeze, but he doesn't come in. I hear muffled voices and I hear a puppy barking in his sleep. It's so cute when they do that. They sound so squeaky and cute. Oh, he is on the couch too. Baby boy. My little baby. Okay, right, yes, right. She did. She fucking did. I know. No! Oh, God. Oh, the book closed. No, I didn't put a thing. No, fuck. I lost my page a lot. No. Where were we? No. Fuck. Ah, why didn't I put my phone? Wait, where were we? No. Damn it. Now I hear a dog outside. Okay, I gotta find my place first. Where's my place? Okay, found my place. Putting thing in the book. Okay, so, yes, that's my point. Oh. Yeah, she's supposed to be happy. It's supposed to be the happiest time in your life. He's been an ass the entire time. And then you're like, oh, why can't I have what everybody else has or the TV show version of whatever? Because you knew what you were getting into. Okay, I knew this was twisted. That's why it's bothering me. But yes, like... Like, you don't have that kind of relationship. And, like, hands up, who thinks they should be bringing a child into this relationship? And more people need to ask themselves this question. Because I don't care that you're married. Being married doesn't mean it's all going to work out. Like, more people need to really consider before having a child. You know, and again, I'm very liberal when it comes to abortion. I do not believe that life starts at conception. I don't believe that at all. So I think there is a much larger window of time than people think where you can make a choice, but you need to consider and make the right one. And that I can say as somebody having made a choice once. I know, right? Yeah, but how many other people would we also want to send to that island for the same reason? Like, if we were to start making a list of all the toxic people, how big an island would we need? I'm pretty sure the one from Survivor is up for sale. Is that show still going? Aren't they on like season 500? Is there still Survivor or did COVID kill it? And please let the answer be yes. Uh, uh, it's 7:50 and I have 4 missed calls and 2 voice messages. Because even when he's drunk, he wakes up at 4 in the morning after coming home at 1:30 in the morning and passing out. The missed calls are mostly from Christian, but there's also one from Kate. Oh no, he must have called her. I don't have time to listen to them. I don't want to be late for work. Like it mattered. Girl, even just with your father being in a coma yesterday, you can take the week off from work. People will understand. I wrap the duvet around me and pick up my purse before making my way to the. Why is her purse in here? Why did she bring her purse in here? Unlocking it slowly, I peek outside. No sign of anyone. Oh shit. Perhaps it's a bit melodramatic. I roll my eyes at myself. Take a deep breath and head downstairs. No, making sure that you and your child that you want to keep is safe and not being melodramatic, and I don't care what you do. Taylor, Sawyer, Ryan, Mrs. Jones, and Christian are all standing in the entrance to the great room, and Christian is issuing rapid fire instructions. As one, they all turn and gape at me. Christian is still wearing the clothes he slept in last night. He looks disheveled, pale, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. Stop it! He looks disheveled, pale, and heart-stoppingly beautiful. I will remind the viewing audience that parts 1 through 5 of my fan fiction, which I've been told by multiple people is written way better than this crap, is available upon request if you would like to read such. And I thank you all to those who do, because it gives me a great deal of joy and encouragement when people read my fanfic and like it and give me feedback and tell me how much they got off to it generally, or just like that I'm a better writer than this. But again, available upon request, especially if you're in my Discord. His large gray eyes are wide, and I don't know if he's fearful or angry. It's difficult to tell. Sawyer, I'll be ready to leave in about 20 minutes, I mutter, wrapping the duvet tighter around me for protection. Yeah, because a soft, fluffy blanket, that's really going to protect you. He nods, and all eyes turn to Christian, who's still staring intensely at me. Would you like some breakfast, Mrs. Gray? Mrs. Jones asks. I shake my head. I'm not hungry, thank you. Meaning she hasn't eaten in like over 24 hours. We're going on like probably about 34 hours at this point. She purses her lips but says nothing. Where were you? Christian asks. His voice is low and husky. Suddenly, Sawyer, Taylor, Ryan, and Mrs. Jones scatter, scurrying into Taylor's office, into the foyer, and into the kitchen, like terrified rats from a sinking ship. Yeah, they're getting out of the line of fire because your husband's about to go nuclear. I ignore Christian and march towards our bedroom. Anna, he calls after me. Answer me. I hear his footsteps behind me as I walk into the bedroom and continue into our bathroom. Quickly, I lock the door. Things you should not have to do because your husband is chasing you. There it is. Lock the door. I'm highlighting the lock the door. Uh, I'm actually doing really good on time tonight. Again, short chapters and a lot of emails, so we're good. We should be done on time. Anna. Christian pounds on the door and I turn on the shower. The door rattles. Anna, open the damn door. Go away. Why was I expecting more? Why was I expecting more? Then he pounds on the door and she shouts, go away. Why was I expecting... Why? I'm not going anywhere. Sit yourself. Anna, please. I climb into the shower, effectively blocking him out. I'm sorry, your shower is not that loud. There's no shower that's that loud and is going to block him out. Oh, it's warm. The healing water cascades over me, cleansing the exhausting night off my skin. Oh my. This feels so good. For a moment, for one short moment, I can pretend all is well. I wash my hair, and by the time I've finished, I feel better, stronger, ready to face the freight train that is Christian Grey. Again, ways you should not be describing your spouse. There is like a motorcycle revving very nearby, and it's loud and distracting. I wrap my hair in a towel, briskly dry myself with another towel, and wrap it around me. I unlock the door and open it to find Christian leaning against the opposite wall. His hands behind his back, his expression is wary, that of a hunted predator. Too much National Geographic. I stride past him and into our walk-in closet. Are you ignoring me? Christian asks in disbelief as he stands on the threshold of the closet. You're lucky if that's all she's doing to you after what you fucking did. Ignoring you is like letting you off extremely easy, dude. Perceptive, aren't you? I murmur absent-mindedly as I search for something to wear. She's in no way absent-minded in this moment. Ah, yes, my plum dress. I slide it off the hanger, choose my black stiletto boots, and head for the bedroom. I pause for Christian to step out of my way, which he does, eventually. His intrinsic good manners taking over. He does not have good manners. He might have been raised with them and knows what they are, but he doesn't use them, certainly. I sense his eyes boring into me as I walk over to my chest of drawers and I peek at him in the mirror, standing motionless in the doorway watching me. In an act worthy of an Oscar winner, I let my towel fall to the floor and pretend that I'm oblivious to my naked body. So she's doing this shit now. I hear his restrained gasp and ignore it. Okay, he's not gasping at seeing your naked body. One, he has seen you naked dozens of times. Two, he has both photo and I have no doubt video of you naked that you don't know about. Three, he is not the kind of person that's gonna see your butt and be like, oh my god, naked ass. No fucking way. He's been a playboy since he was a child. Your ass ain't that good, girl. Why are you doing this? He asks. His voice is low. Because again, this is petty back and forth, tit for tat, torturing each other. Bullshit. Like absolute bullshit. This is the couple where they both hire hitmen, and it's a question of who gets there first. Why do you think? My voice is velvet soft as I pull out a pretty pair of black lace La Perla panties. Okay, I'm sorry. If you're gonna name drop La Perla, you don't need to add pretty pair of black lace because that's undermining the brand. La Perla is a real brand. It's hell of expensive, and I don't understand why lingerie should ever be that expensive. I mean, it's nice enough, but it's not that nice. Though I do know someone who has some for professional reasons, and she does stand by them and say that even though it is ridiculously expensive, it never tears, it never wears out, they're easy to wash, so at least she's happy with her purchases, but I think it's ridiculous to pay $800 for a bra, though I regularly pay $180 for a bra if I buy it here, though I have learned to shop on American eBay. Because there I can get bras in my size not only a lot easier with a lot more options, I can only pay like 40 or $50 each, which is still ridiculous, by the way. But it's a lot better than 180 each. There's this brand called an American brand. It's like I'm not sure how to pronounce it, but it's like CALIQUE. There's possibly no L in there. I might be being dyslexic about the L, but it's like Caliquake or Calclick or something. I don't know how to say it, but I like their stuff, and they're like a normal brand. They're not like fancy, but they're nice. You know, they have the kind of lingerie that I like where it's both functional and it looks nice because I don't like lingerie that is there only to be put on 2 seconds before sex because it has no practical application at all and you couldn't actually wear it all day. Like, I'm not paying $600 for something I can't wear. Anna, he stops as I shimmy into them. Go ask your Mrs. Robinson. I'm sure she'll have an explanation for you. I mutter as I search for the matching bra. And I've told you before, she's not my. I don't want to hear it, Christian. I wave my hand dismissively. The first. The time for talking was yesterday, but instead you decided to rant and get drunk with the woman who abused you for years. She's not wrong here. She's going about it the wrong way, but she's not wrong. Give her a call. I'm sure she'll be more than willing to listen to you now. She's being petty and vindictive, but again, I can't say I'm against it. I find the matching bra and slowly pull it on and fasten it. Christian walks further into the bedroom and places his hands on his hips. Why were you snooping on me? He says. Yeah, that's the point! If ever I heard a doesn't matter now, get to it later point, that's the one! In spite of my resolve, I flush. Yeah, because you have no spine. She had 1 second of imagining she had a spine, and now it's going away. That's not the point, Christian. See, what did I say? It's not the fucking point. I snap at him. Fact is. Fact is, the going gets tough and you run to her. That's a little unfair. His mouth settles into a grim line. It wasn't like that. It was. I'm not interested. Picking a pair of black thigh highs with lacy tops, I retreat to the bedroom. I sit, point my toe, and gently ease the gossamer material up to my thigh. They're in the middle of a fight about one of the most significant things in either of their lives, that she is pregnant, and that he ran to an ex-abusive mistress when overwhelmed rather than talking to his wife, and we need a detailed description of her putting on thigh-high stockings. I mean, I love thigh-high stockings. I wish they made them in plus size. They don't. Believe me, I've looked. They don't. I wish they made thigh-high stockings in my size because I would wear them all day, every day with garters and be very, very happy. But they don't. They gave up on that a long time ago. But the point is, we don't need a detailed description of sexy woman puts on sexy lingerie in the middle of them having a fight about him, like, in some context. I'm not saying that I consider it this way, but Book is implying that he cheated, basically. That he emotionally cheated, that he, relationship cheated, not that he fucked her or anything, but that's what it's implying, and that's why she's allowed to be pissed. Again, she's allowed to be pissed, but they're going about it the wrong way and for the wrong reason. And again, the petty shit, the absolute pettiness of how they both are handling this. These get pretty comfy after a while. Wait, something popped up. I was going to click on it. Now I don't know where it went. Huh? Oh. Huh? Is my email playing with me? Okay, yeah, okay. No. Oh, okay. No, it's Stream Elements being a dumbass. Okay. I thought I got a notice for a donation. It's not a donation, it's just Stream Elements saying, "Hey, here's a sponsorship BS that doesn't apply to you, but we're going to email you and make it pop up in the middle of your stream so you think that somebody bought a duck and then they didn't." Yeah, I was really hoping for a duck. I really want a new duck. We didn't get a new duck last week. Any week where we don't have a new duck, I kind of feel like a failure. Don't ask me why, but for some reason the ducks are important. We haven't had a new duck in, like, almost 2 weeks now, so. I miss the ducks. Where were you? He asked, his eyes following my hands up my legs. Yeah, because even now he's still being better. But I continue to ignore him as I slowly roll on the other stocking. Standing, I bend and towel dry my hair. Through my parted thighs, I can see his bare feet and I sense his intense gaze as I bend over in barely there panties in front of him. When I finished, I stand and step back into the chest of drawers where I grab my hairdryer. Answer me. Christian's voice is low and husky. Yeah, because now he's back in full "you belong to me" mode. I switch on the hairdryer so I can no longer hear him and watch through my lashes in the mirror as I finger dry my hair. He glares at me, eyes narrow and cool, chilling even. I look away, focusing on the task at hand and trying to suppress the shiver that runs through me. I swallow hard and concentrate on drying my hair. He's still mad. He goes out with that damned woman and he's mad at me? How dare he? You're both right and you're both wrong. Mostly you're both wrong. When my hair looks wild and untamed, I stop. Yes, I like it. I switch off the hairdryer. Where were you? He whispers, his tone arctic. It didn't say Arctic, I don't think. What did it say? No, it did say Arctic. Okay. That's just a very weirdly spelled word, and I'm dyslexic. What do you care? Anna, stop this. Now. I shrug, and Christian moves quickly across the room towards me. I whirl around, stepping back as he reaches out. Don't touch me, I snap, and he freezes. Okay, again, things you should not be saying to your spouse, like within 12 hours of saying, "I'm having your baby." Though, honest to God, if I were saying that to somebody, I'd be saying, "Please shoot me." Because I am way too old for that. Where were you? He demands, his hands fisted at his sides. Does he think she escaped and was like with Jose or something? If he says that, she has every right to have him committed because he's cracked. I wasn't out getting drunk with my ex, I seethed. Did you sleep with her? I'm going to say that's not an entirely invalid question, though mostly because I don't trust Elena more than I don't trust Christian. I don't think he would have slept with her at this point, but drunk? Who knows what? Also, the movie Heartbreakers comes to mind. I wish that had a commentary. It'd probably be very funny. He gasps. What? No. He gapes at me and has the gall to look wounded and angry at the same time. Not entirely invalid. My subconscious breathes a small, welcome sigh of relief. You think I'd cheat on you? Yes! And you will! His tone is one of moral outrage to which he has no fucking claim. You did, I snarl, by taking our very private life and spilling your spineless guts to that woman. That's the strongest thing she's ever going to say in her entire life. Too bad he's going to kill her now. Christian, I saw the text. That's what I know. That text was not meant for you. He growled. Can we break that down? I'm sorry, can we break that fucking down? Can we fucking break that down, please? Because he just said that text was not meant for you, as in you should never have seen that, as in, yes, I know. I know that I was emotionally in relationship cheating on you, but you were never supposed to find out about that. That's what he just fucking said. That's what he just fucking said. So confirmation that he's going to cheat on her whenever he fucking feels like it, and it's going to start right now. Because again, show the Tudors. King Henry, when he cheats on Anne Boleyn while she's pregnant, and her father actually tells her, of course he's going to cheat. You're pregnant, he can't have you. Because back then they thought that like anything could disrupt the pregnancy, so that you shouldn't have sex while a woman is pregnant. And they're like, so of course he's going to cheat on you because he has to have sex with something because he's an immature, whiny little baby that needs to stick his cock in something at least once every 12 hours or he'll explode. And so they arrange an affair with somebody that they know he will find attractive enough, but not too attractive to get rid of Anne Boleyn, and somebody that will quietly go away when paid to do so at the appropriate moment. And it works. Oh. But yeah, this is him basically saying, of course I'm going to cheat on you and have secrets from you. Who do you think you are? You're just my wife. I'm still going to do whatever the fuck I want to do as if I wasn't married. Like, basically, he has not changed. And that's the point. She married him expecting that it would change him. It hasn't. He is still the same douchebag he always was, and that's never going to stop, ever. You know, his retreat, his reverie, his rebuttal is that his rebuttal amounts to the equivalent of, you weren't supposed to catch me. That's what it comes out to, is you weren't supposed to catch me cheating with my mistress. That's his answer. Well, fact is, I saw it when your BlackBerry fell out of your jacket while I was undressing you because you were too drunk to undress yourself. Do you have any idea how much you've hurt me by going to see that woman? Excuse me. He pales momentarily, but I'm on a roll, my inner bitch unleashed. You don't have one. My mother gave me bitchcraft lessons. This is like, oh, this is me on a tame night without booze. Do you remember last night when you came home? Remember what you said? He stares at me blankly, his face frozen. That answer is no. He has no memory of last night because he was drunk off his ass. probably for the first time in his life, so no, he doesn't remember. And again, he should be hung over a toilet, puking his guts out and feeling like shit for like 5 days. But this is a universe in which hangovers don't exist. Well, you were right. I do choose this defenseless baby over you. And that's what any loving parent does. Because now we're into the anti abortion message of the thing, and somebody gagged me with a stick. It was bad enough in Twilight. Twilight did it fucking bad enough. The only thing I can give Breaking Dawn is that the CGI artist that made Bella look like she was wasting away and turning into a skeleton and did the breaking bones effects and then the reanimation effects, CGI artist, the artist, the design people that did that, the makeup people and the computer people that did those effects, hats off to them because it looks fucking amazing. It's the only thing I can credit either of those movies for, is it looks fucking amazing. The rest of it is shit. And about as ham-fisted as you can get. And so is this. Because, again, also, I point out, his worst fear is that she chooses the baby over him, and she's literally 1 day later, not even a day later, one night of him being drunk and passed out, but less than like 8 hours later, she's confirming his worst fears to him. Because she's literally saying, yes, I am choosing this baby over you. And if you're going to cheat on me with your ex-mistress and you're going to get drunk all the time, I'm going to protect this baby from you. So, yeah, she's just confirmed everything that he was afraid of the second he got home by saying, yes, I'm choosing this baby over you. She's not wrong, but she's not right either. I mean, she's right in the decision to protect the baby if that's what she wants, but she's wrong in the way that she is handling it. Because again, being incredibly petty and having this, oh, look at my ass that you can't have right now because I'm mad at you. Are you 5 years old? Like, that's what your mother should have done for you. And I'm sorry that she didn't. Because we wouldn't be having this conversation right now if she had. Way to throw his abusive childhood in his face. I'm sorry, but she is the more evil here. This is the first time I can say it. She's the greater evil in this conversation. She's being horrid. And I get she has every right to be mad and pissed off, but this is taking it to another level. Again, this is cause for divorce, and they should. Because she's being truly, truly evil here. From what could easily be an unrecoverable place, and it should be. But you're an adult now. You need to grow up and smell the fucking coffee and stop behaving like a petulant adolescent. Again, she is not wrong. Yes, he does, and yes, he should. But there's ways to go about that, and this is not it. And again, he needs competent therapy and a lot of hard work that he's actually willing to do and change his own behavior. Because it's very clear that every therapist who ever told him that, he fired them or got out of it until he found some like whack job that he could just pay 100 grand a month to, who would tell him, oh, it's great. No, you don't need to change. You just need to find the perfect victim, perfect woman that will put up with your bullshit, and then everything will be fine. And that's what she is. You may not be happy about this, baby. I'm not ecstatic given the timing and your less than lukewarm reception to this new life. This flesh of your flesh. Stop it, I'm gonna puke. But you can either do this with me or I'll do it on my own. The decision is yours. Way to back somebody into a corner when you have time to discuss this like an adult. While you wallow in your pit of self-pity and self-loathing, I'm going to work. And when I return, I'll be moving my belongings to the room upstairs. Oh, not I'm leaving you or moving out. I'm just going to do literally the most petty, damaging bullshit thing I can, which is moving into the bedroom next door. Either grow a spine or don't. Leave him or don't. But what the fuck is this? He blinks at me, shocked. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'd like to finish getting dressed. I'm breathing hard. Very slowly, Christian retreats 1 step, his demeanor hardening. Is that what you want? He whispers. And again, he's damaged. You have to be clear. He thinks you're leaving him forever right now. You need to be clear and explain. And again, they're both horrible, horrible people for how they're handling it. They're both the worst, but she's worse right now. I don't know what I want anymore. My tone mirrors his, and it takes a monumental effort to feign disinterest while I casually dip the tips of my fingers into my moisturizer and smooth it gently over my face. Why are you, she's standing in a walk-in closet. Why is there moisturizer in the walk-in closet? I peer at myself in the mirror, blue eyes wide, face pale, cheeks flushed. You're doing great. Don't back down now. Don't back down now. Back down from what? You don't want me? He whispers. See, of course that's how he's going to take it. Know who you're with. Oh no. Oh no, you don't, Gray. I'm still here, aren't I? I snap. Taking my mascara, I apply some first to my right eye. Why are you doing your makeup in the closet? You've thought about leaving? His words are barely audible. When one's husband prefers the company of his ex-mistress, it's not usually a good sign. I patch the disdain just at the right level, evading his question. Lip gloss now. I pout my shiny lips at the image in the mirror. Stay strong, Steel. Gray. Holy fuck, I can't even remember my name. I pick up my boots, striding over to the bed once more and quickly put them on, tugging them up over my knee. Yep, I look I look hot just in underwear and boots. I know. Standing, I gaze dispassionately at him. He blinks at me and his eyes travel swiftly and greedily down my body. Okay, so this is just them trying to outdo each other with stupid. Like they're just both being the worst and being petty AF, extremely petty AF. She's confirming all his worst fears while saying get over it. He is too hungover to know what the fuck is going on. And they're both just standing there continuing to torture each other in a relationship that should never, ever, 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 ever have been. And these are really good. But I feel like I need to fight with these. I really wish they had one more link. But so far, so good. These actually, again, they're not so bad after a while. As long as they keep this point, this for one, whatever reason, this point is where they bite on me. And I don't know why. Oh, I think I can turn this one. Oh, ow, 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 ow. Almost got it. Ah, there we go. Okay, again, if they're loose enough, I can turn them. But it takes some effort. I have to be kind of sweaty. But at least it's cooled down a little bit. uh, I know what you're doing here, he murmurs, excuse me, and his voice has acquired a warm, seductive edge. Do you? My voice cracks. No, Anna, hold on. He swallows and takes a step forward. I step back and hold my hands up. So it's supposed to be what? She's seducing him somehow, or like saying, hey, this is what I offer. Here's my body. Let me wiggle my ass at you and remind you that I'm so hot and sexy and you can have me or you can have her. And are you really going to walk away from all of this? Because I'm sorry, but she's described as being plain as fuck. That's the point. She is the definition of average and not that attractive. That's the point. She's a plain Jane lump of clay. She's not attractive. She's not sexy in any way. So her trying to play this seduction game of, oh, you can have all of this if you stay with me and act the way I want you to, because he's basically trying to be him now. Because that's what these books are. Like again, it's the SVU episode with Martin Short where Olivia winds up saying to the wife, you know, you thought you could make him good, but you didn't. He made you bad. And that is the definition of these books. Is she goes in trying to make him good, trying to save him, redeem him, and in the end, he just drags her down to his level, and they're both evil and horrible people. And that's where we're coming to an end. We're like, we got like 150 pages left, and yeah, he has made her as bad as him. Don't even think about it, Gray, I whisper menacingly. You're my wife, he says softly, threateningly. Oh, there's a whole other level of bullshit. I'm sorry, do you think you're entitled to hit that whenever you want just because you put a ring on it? Because no. Though, in several states and other places in the world, still true. No such thing as spousal rape. Once you put a ring on it, you can hit that whenever you want, even if she says no. Legally true. But he's very much threatening to rape his wife right now. I'm not mincing words. That's exactly what he's threatening. He's saying he's turned on, he's hard, and he wants her, and you can't say no because you're my wife. You also point to the SVU episode Downloaded Child, which I don't remember what season it's in, but it's called Downloaded Child. I know that. Fine da. I'm highlighting the next few words in advance. Okay. Oh, right, persnickety, right? Am I saying? Yes. And she's pregnant, so you can't drug her. Wait till you hear the next few lines after I pour another glass, because I need one. Don't even think about it, Gray. I whisper menacingly. You're my wife, he says softly, threateningly, and I will point out the book includes the word threateningly. I'm not adding that. It's really there. Followed by, I'm the pregnant woman you abandoned yesterday, and if you touch me, I will scream the place down. Things you should never have to say in your marriage. Followed by, he raises his eyebrows in disbelief. You'd scream? Bloody murder. I narrow my eyes. And for the pièce de résistance, what's the worst response he could possibly give? Ladies and gentlemen, I give you, no one would hear you, he murmurs. So threatening to rape his pregnant wife, she says, don't you dare, I'll scream. To which he replies, no one would hear you. How am I not supposed to say that sounds abusive to everyone who defends these books? To everyone who defends these and says they're not a tale of abuse, parse those very lines, I fucking dare you. I'm going to spank the book now. Because, wow, is that the fucking worst message you can send? Ever. Again, when spousal consent is an issue in several fucking places where people do think as long as you have a ring on it, you can hit that whenever you want, even if she says no. Ow, my wrist. God, ow. 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 My bookmarks are falling out. Yeah, right? I need hairpins. You know those butterfly clips from when you were 14? I need them. I think all of mine are broken. I had a cat that used to bite them in half to get the spring from it, and then she learned how to like pick up the spring and throw it, and then she'd chase it. But yeah, that kitty broke a lot of hair clips for me. Do they still make butterfly clips anymore? Remember when those were all of the thing? You weren't cool at school unless you had them. I gave them to so many friends. His gaze is intense, and briefly I'm reminded of our morning in Aspen. No, no, no. Okay, so she's admitting she's legitly terrified. She's afraid he's about to rape her and beat her. She's afraid of him now. Like there's no arguing that she's not afraid of him right now. Are you trying to frighten me? I mutter, breathless, deliberately trying to derail him. So, again, how am I not supposed to read this as a tale of abuse when he has her trapped in a closet and says if you scream, nobody will hear you? And she goes, are you trying to frighten me while trying to look coy and helpless, hoping that will, like, register with him and he'll back off? How am I not supposed to say he's threatening to rape and murder his wife right now? It's right fucking there. It works. Because Ryder says it does. In the real world, this is where he murders her. Buries her with the 10, possibly 11, if Susie is one now, because I'm sure she is, other subs. Do we have confirmation that Layla actually left alive? That wasn't my intention, he frowns. Nobody cares. Also, yes, it was, and you knew exactly what you were doing. I can barely breathe. If he touches me, I will succumb. Oh, God, when I didn't think it could get worse, and yet there it is. There's the worst. There's the worst. You know, that's not going unhighlighted because fuck this book. So she knows that this is all false as fuck. This is false bravado. She doesn't mean it. She's not actually going to stand up to him. So he puts one hand on her. She's going to fold like a $3 card table because she can't actually stand up to him. If he touches me, I will succumb. I know the power he wields. Oh, I'm going to vomit. I know the power he wields over me and over my treacherous body. I know. I hang on to my anger. She's basically just the equivalent of a rape victim who has an orgasm. That statement. Over my treacherous body. Because, yeah, it's her body betraying you because he touches you the way you like to be touched, which is, by the way, the only way she's ever been touched. So he could touch her in the worst, clumsy, ham-fisted, painful, drunken idiot way ever, but it's the only thing her body's ever known. So, yeah, it's going to get in gear, whether she likes it or not. Like, the brain does not have to be involved in the body having an orgasm. It can happen. It's a physical response. Same as if some people, you tickle their feet, they're going to kick you in the face every time. It's not intentional. It's just a response. But there are plenty of people and even judges who think orgasm equals consent with rape victims, so don't get me started. In YouTube, you can get off my butt about using the word rape because it's valid in this context, so shove it. I had a drink with someone I used to be close to. We cleared the air. I'm not going to see her again. Until the next time you have an emotional breakdown and need to vent to someone and she's your only someone. You sought her out. Not at first. I tried to see Flynn, but I found myself at the salon. Really? How hard did you try? And you expect me to believe you're not going to see her again? I wouldn't believe it. I cannot contain myself. What? Alerts on my phone. Stop. Okay, wait. No, don't close the book. I need to turn off the alert on my phone. Damn it. Freaking ice warnings. Get off my screen. I cannot contain my fury as I hiss at him. What about the next time I step across some imaginary line? This is the same argument we've had over and over. Like we're on some ex 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 eh, 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 eh. I I I I I I Okay, I'm having a software conflict with my dyslexia, so if anybody knows what the fuck this word is, this is gonna bother me. Capital I X I O N apostrophe S wheel. Ixion? I'm drawing on my Xena and Hercules knowledge here. Ixion's wheel? I know my Greek mythology, and I know my Greek and Roman mythology. I don't remember an Ixion or an Ixion's wheel. If she said what's the guy with the boulder? Is it Sisyphus? Is it Sisyphus that's constantly pushing the boulder up the hill, and then when it gets near the top, it rolls back down to the bottom, and that's Sisyphusian task is where the term comes from, because it's like a version of hell. Am I remembering the right person? Is it Sisyphus that is attributed to? And she's describing some kind of version of it? Because I don't know an Ixion. I kind of remember that name coming up in Xena, but I think he was like an evil henchman and turned into a demon or something. If I fuck up again, are you going to run back to her? She just described her pregnancy as fucking up. Again, another wonderful thing to tell the child when it's old enough. Yeah, when I told your daddy I was pregnant with you, he got drunk and ran to his abusive ex-mistress, and I was so afraid when he came back I locked myself in the dungeon playroom and then thought he was going to violently rape me the next day, and I accused him of cheating, which he did, and I called your conception a fuck up. Like, this kid is so doomed already. Like, the kid is going to be the 2050 Jack the Ripper. I'm not going to see her again, he says with a chilling finality. Did he murder her? Okay, because chilling finality, did he murder her along with the other subs? If we don't have confirmation of Elena being alive throughout the rest of this book, I'm adding her to the body count officially. She finally understands how I feel. Sorry, but that adds to my body count theory. I blink at him. What does that mean? He straightens and runs a hand through his hair. Exasperated and angry and mute, I try a different tact. Why can you talk to her and not to me? I was mad at you, like I am now. When is he not? You don't say, I snap. Well, I am mad at you right now. Mad at you for being so cold and callous yesterday when I needed you. Mad at you for saying I got knocked up deliberately when I didn't. Mad at you for betraying me. I managed to suppress a sob. So she's just going full ham. My mouth drops open in shock and he closes his eyes briefly, as if I'd slapped him. I swallow. Calm down, Anastasia. No! Let it out! You've been holding this back for 6 months. I should have kept better track of my shots, but I didn't do it on purpose. This pregnancy is a shock to me, too. I muttered, trying for a modicum of civility. Don't bother. It could be that the shot failed. Oh! So now she's obfuscating. She's saying, well, maybe I'm not a fuck up. Maybe it's not that I missed 4 months. 4 months, bitch! You didn't miss one shot and it's got like a 6-week thing and you take it every 4 weeks and you missed one and oh, it was right in that moment. No, that's not what happened. You missed 4 months of a 1 month birth control, you stupid bitch, because you weren't keeping track of it at all. You let some idiot assistant run your fucking life, and now you're pregnant, and you can't even have the balls to fire the idiot assistant. Nah. He glares at me silently. He really fucked up yesterday, I whisper, my anger boiling over. I've had a lot to deal with over the last few weeks. You really fucked up 3 or 4 weeks ago, or whenever you forgot your shot. Well, God forbid I should be perfect like you. Oh, stop, stop, stop. We stand glowering at each other. This is quite a performance, Mrs. Gray, he whispers. Okay, they're both the worst. They're officially both the worst. Shoot them both, the world will be a better place. Well, I'm glad that even knocked up I'm entertaining. He stares at me blankly. I need a shower, he murmurs, and I've provided enough of a floor show. It's a mighty fine floor show, he whispers. He steps forward and I step back again. He's still trying to get some! He hates her right now. They're having this huge fight, and yet he is still trying to fuck her because he knows he's only supposed to stick his dick in her because they're married, and he needs sex right now to calm down because sex is his version of a stress relief ball. And she's the only thing he's allowed to stick his dick in. So he wants sex from her even though he hates her. He wants to use her body. And he doesn't know how to do it, so he's coming off intimidating and threatening, which is absolutely what he's doing, because he clearly said, I'm married to you, I'm entitled to use your body whenever the fuck I want. That's not how that works. If you want to have an anytime, no consent needed relationship, people do have those, but it doesn't look like this, and it's not the result of marriage. Sorry if that's news to you. Being married doesn't give you an anytime, any way I want, even if you don't want it pass. Despite what some books I have mentioned in the previous book clubs have said. I still want to find it. It's not actually called Surrender, Dorothy. It was mentioned in an episode of SVU. I think had like a one-word title that started with L. I can't remember. But it was based on a real book, and there's too many books with that name, and I can't find it now, but I really wish I could. Even if just to rip it into shreds. It's a mighty fine floor show, he whispers. He steps forward, and I step back again. Don't. I hate that you won't let me touch you. Ironic, huh? His eyes narrow once more. We haven't resolved much, have we? Basically saying, I'm entitled to your body. How dare you not let me ravish you whenever I want to take my frustrations against you out on your body by violently fucking you. I'd say not, except that I'm moving out of this bedroom. His eyes flare and widen briefly. She doesn't mean anything to me. Except when you need her. I don't need her, I need you. Well, you just proved that not true, and the fact that she doesn't mean anything, none of your subs mean anything to you. Nobody means anything to you. And again, you use people. I'm going to quote the Rocky Horror Picture Show in Colombia, you take. You're like a sponge. You drain people of their love and emotion. Yeah, that's what he is. And there's a puppy. Oh, he came closer. He's under the puppy bed whooping at the things. Because he's a big, strong, tough puppy. Really. Say in the chat, do your fur babies ever woof or meow or twitch their feet in their sleep, and you know they're after something and having a wonderful time while barking and giving it what for? I know some of you watching have a lot of dogs. I mean, a lot of dogs. So tell me about hearing your fur babies bark in their sleep and their little paws twitching. It's adorable. Videos left on my Discord and the Pet Adventure channel are extra points. She's out of my life. I wish I could believe you. For fuck's sake, Anna. Please let me get dressed. No one is stopping you. Put on clothes. He sighs and runs a hand through his hair once more. I'll see you this evening, he says, his voice bleak and devoid of feeling. And for a brief moment, I want to take him in my arms and soothe him. But I resist because I'm just too mad. And you don't owe him it. He's still in the wrong. He's the world's biggest douchebag. You don't need to soothe his hurt beefies when he is his own worst enemy right now and is being a dick and nobody's caring about. Notice how he doesn't care about her feelings. He still doesn't care. He still has not paid one whit to her feelings or emotions or what she's going through. None of that matters. He turns and heads for the bathroom, and I stand frozen until I hear the door close. I stagger to the bed and flop down on it. I did not resort to tears, shouting, or murder. I did not succumb to his sexpertise. The fact that that's even a word, I'm gonna die. I deserve a Congressional Medal of Honor, but I feel so low. Shit, we resolved nothing. We're on the edge of a precipice. Is our marriage at stake here? Yes, and it should be, and you should run far and fast and take as much of his money with you as you can. Why can't he see what a complete and utter ass he's been by running to that woman? Because nobody's ever made him accountable for anything in his entire life. How on earth am I supposed to believe that? I glance at the radio alarm. 8:30. Shit, I don't want to be late. You literally own the company. Nobody will care. I take a deep breath. Round 2 is a stalemate, little blip. I whisper, patting my belly. Oh, I'm gonna die. Daddy may be a lost cause, but I hope not. Why, oh, why did you come so early, little blip? Things were just getting good. My lip trembles, but I take a deep, cleansing breath and bring my rolling emotions back under control. Come on, let's go kick ass at work. Okay, we're taking a break because the wine is catching up with me. I need to uncuff for a second to do certain things. Which I really desperately need to do because I'm drinking a lot and it's catching up with me. Okay, but I am going to say we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4. I'm going to say 5. We have 5, like 4.5 to 5 pages left. So we're circling. We're circling for a landing, but I will be back in 2 shakes of a lamb's tail because I really need the laser. Oh, I don't like that it does that. Oh, okay, I'm going to leave the screen on. You can look at my desk and look at the ducks. Consider it the last chance, last call for sponsoring another duck so we can add 1 duck to the stage this week. We have all these lovely ducks with all their lovely colors available. Last chance to sponsor a duck. I will be right back. Super quick. almost knocked my headphones off my book. Not good. Alright, final stretch. Everyone, add attention. Places, people. It's time for the floor show. That's not right. Nope, I put that on completely upside down. Yep. Yep, completely upside down because dumbass. Okay. Here we go. Oh, that's too tight. There we go. Okay, where are we? I don't say goodbye to Christian. He's still in the shower when Sawyer and I leave. And as I gaze out the darkened windows of the SUV, my composure slips and my eyes water. My mood is reflected in the gray, dreary sky, and I feel a strange sense of foreboding. We didn't actually discuss the baby. I've had less than 24 hours to assimilate the news of Little Blip. Christian has had even less time. He doesn't even know your name. I caress my belly and wipe tears from my face. They are like a stupid rich couple that really would be. Oh, it's cute if we name the baby Little Blip. They can go by LB for short. No one will know. No, you're stupid. Stop it. There's a reason there's a list of like things you're not allowed to name your child, for which cheese with 10 E's is on it. I didn't see the New Year's list. Oh, I love the New Year's list. I gotta look up the New Year's list of denied baby names. It's always a good one. Mrs. Gray, Sawyer interrupts my reverie. We're here. Oh, thanks, Sawyer. I'm going to make a run to the deli, ma'am. Can I get you anything? No, thank you. I'm not hungry, because I'm deliberately starving myself while I know I'm pregnant. Hannah has my latte waiting for me. I take one sniff of it and my stomach rolls. Okay, I'm not saying you can't be turned off by things when pregnant, but you need to eat, girl. Can I have tea, please? I mutter, embarrassed. I knew there was a reason I never really liked coffee. Jeez, it smells foul. Okay, I'm sorry. Just because you go off something while you're pregnant doesn't mean you don't like it. Because plenty of women like things they like, they suddenly don't like while they're pregnant, but then afterwards they're perfectly fine with it again. You okay, Anna? I nod and scurry into the safety of my office. My Blackberry buzzes. It's Kate. Why was Christian looking for you? She asked with no preamble at all. Well, you're lucky she's not. Good morning, Kate. How are you? Cut the crap, Steele. What gives? The Catherine Kavanaugh Inquisition begins. See, that would be valid if Catherine Kavanaugh didn't go from being a college reporter in one scene to then being the fuck doll of Christian's brother for the entirety of the rest of this series. Because that's all she is. She meets Christian's brother while literally Christian and Anastasia walk in on them fucking on the couch. And then they go on vacation to Barbados where she sends bikini shots for 3 weeks. So no, you're not a serious journalist. You're a dumb slut that's marrying money. And I have no problem with slut, but I have a problem with the dumb, and don't expect me to take her seriously as anything when she's a bimbo, okay? Just because she doesn't charge for services doesn't mean that her vagina isn't her only value. Christian and I had a fight, that's all. Did he hurt you? Yes! And he threatened to rape her and nearly did. I roll my eyes. Yes, but not the way you're thinking, as in she's still alive. Like, I think Kate knows she's gonna end up dead. I think she knows. I cannot deal with Kate at the moment. I know I will cry. And right now, I'm so proud of myself for not breaking down this morning. What? Kate, I have a meeting. I'll call you back. Great. So push away the only person, literally the only person that might care about you and put you first and tell you that he's an abusive asshole and you need to leave. You need to leave now. And like leave before the baby is born, because too many idiots think, oh, once the baby's born, he'll be better. Having a child will fix our damaged marriage. So let's get pregnant. Too many people do that shit. Having a child is not, the kid is not there to save you. Like, that's the immaturity of idiots, and that's why we have such an epidemic of terrible parents, because they never should have been parents. But again, this is what you get when you have no sex ed, no easy access to birth control, and people think that having a child will save your marriage because somehow it'll change everything. And yes, it will, but it won't fix anything. Good. Are you all right? Yes. No. I'll call you later, okay? Okay, Anna, have it your own way. I'm here for you. So again, pushing away the only person who might support her. I know. I whisper and fight the backlash of emotion at her kind words. Those were not that kind. I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. And I've had that conversation with women that I knew. Some in my family, some not, who were in a definitely abusive relationship, and I had to lay down the law and be like, hey, you know what he is. So I will stand by you to a point, but I'm not going to stand there and watch you get dead. And I'm not going to shut my mouth when he's around and being an abusive asshole, because I got asked to do that on 2 separate occasions by basically being told by the person being abused that, hey, when he does that shit in front of you, you can't call him out like that. Yes, I can. Yes, I fucking can. Because I'm not the one in the relationship with him, and I see him being a shitty, abusive boyfriend or husband, I get to call him out anytime I goddamn well please, and as loud and publicly as I want to, because he doesn't control me. And I'm not going to stand there and pretend I don't see it. Ray, okay? Yes, I whisper the word. Oh, Anna, she whispers. Don't. Okay, talk later. Yes. See, if there was one conversation that seals her fate as being dead, this is it. During the course of the morning, I sporadically checked my emails, hoping for a word from Christian. I really need a stick to gag on. But there's nothing. As the day wears on, I realize he's not going to contact me at all and that he's still mad. Well, I'm still mad too. I throw myself into my work, pausing only at lunchtime for a cream cheese and salmon bagel. It's extraordinary how much better I feel once I've eaten something. Oh, gee, you mean after not eating for like 40 plus hours? You feel better having taken in some food? At 5 o'clock, Sawyer and I set off for the hospital to see Ray. Sawyer is extra vigilant and even over salacious. It's irritating. As we approach Ray's room, he hovers over me. Shall I get you some tea while you visit with your father? He asks. No thanks, Sawyer. I'll be fine. I wait outside. He opens the door for me, and I'm grateful to get away from him for a moment. Ray is sitting up in bed reading a magazine. He's shaved and wearing a pajama top. He looks like his old self. Hey, Annie, he grins and his face falls. Oh, Daddy. Okay, you cannot call your actual, like, wannabe father and your husband Daddy at the same time. Stop it. I rush to his side, and in a very uncharacteristic move, he opens his arms wide and hugs me. Annie, he whispers. What is it? He holds me tight and kisses my hair, and I'm in his arms. I realize how rare these moments have been between us. Admitted, if I spoke those words out of context, you could definitely think she's talking about Christian. Why is that? Is that why I like him? Is that why I liked... I'm gonna puke. I realize how rare these moments have been between us. Why is that? Is that why I like to crawl into Christian's lap? I'm sorry, did she just have an awakening moment about her daddy issues? I don't know what I'm going to do with it, but I'm highlighting that line because Jesus Christ, I think she just made a connection between her having daddy issues and why she has suddenly been letting her husband infantilize her more than normal. You're like 3 pages left. Hang in there, folks. We're nearing home base. We're coming in for a landing. We're almost there. I fucked up the highlighting and my OCD is demanding I fix it. I'm sorry. But I haven't set the book on fire tonight. I didn't burn anything yet. After a moment, I pull away from him and sit down in the chair beside the bed. Ray's brow is furrowed with concern. I didn't do it right. I have to fix it. Sorry. OCD. Okay, it went over and now I want to set the book on fire, but I'm not going to because it's late. After a moment, I pull away from sit down in the chair, raised brows, short and concerned. Tell your old man. I shake my head. He doesn't need my problems right now. It's nothing, Dad. You look well. I clasp his hand, feeling more like myself, though this leg in a cast is bitchin'. Though this leg in a cast is bitchin'. The actual fuck. Bitchin'. His word prompts my smile. Bitchin's better than itchin'. Oh, Dad, I'm so glad you're okay. What the actual fuck? Me too, Annie. I'd like to bounce some grandchildren on this bitchin' knee one day. Okay, I'm gonna say he's on all the drugs. Wouldn't want to miss that for the world. I blink at him. Shit. Does he know? And I fight the tears that prick at the corners of my eyes. You and Christian getting along? We had a fight, I whisper, trying to speak past the knot in my throat. We'll work it out. He nods. He's a fine man, your husband, Ray says reassuringly. Didn't he hate him at every turn? Hasn't Ray been anti-Christian at every turn, but you're telling me a couple of 10-minute conversations about fishing in the Mariners, and now he's pro-Christian? He has his moments. What did the doctors say? I don't want to talk about my husband right now. He's a painful topic of conversation. Back at the Scala, Christian is not home. Why am I snuffy? Christian called and said he'll be working late. Mrs. Jones informs me apologetically. Oh, thanks for letting me know. Why couldn't he tell me? Jeez, he really is taking his sulk to a whole new level. And I'm briefly reminded of the fight over our wedding vows and the major tantrum he had then. But I'm the aggrieved one here. What would you like to eat? Mrs. Jones has a determined steely glint in her eye. Pasta. She smiles. Spaghetti, penne, fusilli. Spaghetti. Your bolognese. Coming up. And Anna, you should know, Mr. Gray was frantic this morning when he thought you'd left. He was beside himself. He smiles. She smiles fondly. Oh, like we needed to be told? We knew this already. He panics at everything. We already knew this. This is not news. And stop trying to humanize him. It's not working. He's still not home by 9. I'm sitting at my desk in the library, wondering where he is. I call him. Don't bother. Be glad he's not there. Anna, he says, his voice cool. Hi. He inhales softly. Hi, he says, his voice lower. Are you coming home? Later. Are you in the office? Yes. Where did you expect me to be? With her. I'll let you go. We both hang on the line, the silence stretching and tightening between us. Good night, Anna, he says eventually. Good night, Christian. Okay, what is any of this? You could delete all of this and they're still in the exact same fucking place. This is just stupid. He hangs up. Oh shit. I gaze at my BlackBerry. I don't know what he expects me to do. I'm not going to let him walk all over me. That's all you've done since you met! Yes, he's mad. Fair enough. I'm mad. But we are where we are. I haven't run off loose-lipped to my ex-pedo lover. I want him to acknowledge that it's not an acceptable way to behave. He's never had to acknowledge his unacceptable behavior his entire fucking life. You know he got into fights and he should have landed in juvie and he got expelled from multiple schools, but guess what? Rich mommy daddy took care of it. He's never had to face the consequences of his actions ever, including with you. So no, he doesn't know that it's not acceptable to behave however the fuck he wants. Because he always gets away with it, and that's why he keeps doing it. This is a man who is not concerned about telling you to drive a high-speed chase and break every traffic law known to man and endanger hundreds of people by driving over the speed limit, driving recklessly, changing lanes without signaling, and running red lights in a major city. He had no compunction about making you do those things. And when you said, well, won't my license get suspended when I get caught? He basically said, I'm above the law and I have money, I'll take care of it. So no, he has no idea what's acceptable and not acceptable because he's rich enough to do whatever the fuck he wants, and he knows it. Like, he's like fucking Matt Gaetz. I sit back in my chair gazing at the billiard table in the library and recall fun times playing snooker. They played one time. I place my hand on my belly. Maybe it's just too early. Maybe this is not meant to be. And even as I think that, my subconscious is screaming at me. If I terminate this pregnancy, I'll never forgive myself. Or Christian. Oh, Blip, what have you done to us? Next week I'm going to have a different word for Blip or I'm going to die. I can't face talking to Kate. I can't face talking to anyone. I text her promising to call soon. By 11, I can no longer keep my eyelids open. Resigned, I head up to my old room. Curling up beneath the duvet, I finally let myself go, sobbing into the pillow, and great heaving, unladylike sobs of grief. Yeah, you have every reason. And again, all the more reason she would be thinking of getting rid of it right now because obviously he's not going to come around to this. And I know it's only been one day and this is not a time to make decisions, but this is the kind of thing that pushes like a girl into getting rid. And then the guy's like, well, why did you do that? I would have wanted it eventually. Well, look at yourself, you idiot. My head is heavy when I awake. Crisp fall light shines through the great windows of my room. And again, she went to the old bedroom, meaning the subby room. So she went to the subby sleep quarters to sleep and is still calling it her room as opposed to their master bedroom together. The subby bedroom is what she's still calling my room. My immediate thought is, where's Christian? Because she has no other thoughts except him. I sit up and swing my legs out of bed. On the floor beside the bed is Christian's silver gray tie, my favorite. It wasn't there when I went to bed last night. I pick it up and stare at it, caressing the silky material between my thumbs and forefingers. Then hug it against my cheek. Oh, God, no. He was here, watching me sleep, and a glimmer of hope sparks deep inside me. Oh, he was watching me sleep. That's not creepy at all. At all, at all, at all. That's not creepy at all. I know Edward did it. It doesn't make it sexy. Stop it. Mrs. Jones is busy in the kitchen when I arrive downstairs. Good morning, she says brightly. Morning. Christian? I ask. Her face falls. He's already left. So he did come home? I need to check, even though I have his tie as evidence. He did. She paused. Does Mrs. Jones ever sleep? Hannah, please forgive me for speaking out of turn, but don't give up on him. He's a stubborn man. Things your staff should not be saying or know. Jesus Christ. I nod. She stops. I'm sure my expression tells her I do not want to discuss my errant husband right now, especially with a housekeeper I've known for like a week. Jesus. When I arrive at work, I check my emails. My heart leaps into overdrive when I see there's one from Christian. Oh, dear God. Christian Gray, subject Portland. Anna, I'm flying down to Portland today. I have some business to conclude with WSU. I thought you would want to know. So he's running away. He's further running away. Like, seriously, the fact that he doesn't immediately buy a pack of, like, RU86 or whatever the abortion pill is, the one that works up to 3 months, and pop it right now. Because how would you not? Honest to God. We're on the last page. Oh, tears prick in my eyes. That's it? My stomach flips. Shit. I'm going to be sick. I race to the powder room and make it just in time, depositing my breakfast into the toilet. I sink to the floor of the cubicle. Cubicle? I'm sorry, did you forget that she's in her own home? There's not a cubicle here. She's not in a Walmart. There's no cubicle in your bathroom at home. That's just extraordinarily bad writing. And I put my head in my hands. Can I be any more miserable? After a while, there's a gentle knock on the door. Anna, it's Hannah. Fuck. Yes. Oh, right. She's at work? Oh, when I arrive at work. Okay, I missed the arrive at work thing, so that kind of explains it. But also, wouldn't your office have a bathroom? I think it would. I'll be out in a moment. Boyce Fox is here to see you. This person's first name is spelled Boyce. If you've ever heard of this name or if it's a real name, please let me know because I think this is bullshit. Shit. Show him into the meeting room. I'll be there in a minute. Do you want some tea? Please. After my lunch, another cream cheese and salmon bagel, which I managed to keep down, I sit staring listlessly at my computer, looking for inspiration and wondering how Christian and I are going to resolve this huge problem. Well, how about you take a stand and stick to it, which is I'm having this baby. You can be involved or not. If you want a divorce, fine. Otherwise, grow the fuck up and realize that you are just as responsible for this and start taking responsibility and stop acting like a petulant child throwing a goddamn fit. And by the way, I'm flying to Paris for the next week, and when we get back, let's see if you've learned anything. My BlackBerry buzz is making me jump. I glance at the screen. It's Mia. Geez, that's all I need. Her gushing in enthusiasm. I hesitate, wondering if I could just ignore it. But curiosity wins out. Mia, I answer brightly. Well, hello there, Anna. Long time no speak. The male voice is familiar. Fuck. Oh, we're gonna end on a cliffhanger, aren't we? My scalp prickles and all the hair on my body stands to attention as adrenaline floods through my system and my world stops spinning. It's Jack Hyde. Dun dun dun! I also point out there's 100 pages roughly, but at least 30 of that is epilogue. So we're really getting to the end of the actual book. So yes, it's Mia's cell phone number on the call display, but it's Jack Hyde answering. What can it possibly mean? Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Oh no, and I lost my bookmark, but I noticed before I closed the book, so good. But that will do it. End of chapter! That will do it. More this evening. We are done. We got through both chapters. We didn't get through 3 because we had a very slow start. But that's going to do it. So, we have Jack Hyde answering Mia's phone. Yeah, she's pregnant and he doesn't want to deal with it and she's too spineless to deal with it. He threatened to rape her and is incredibly abusive. They're both awful and they need to go far, far away from each other. And neither of them should be having or raising a child in any way at all, ever. Because they're both awful, awful, immature, selfish, stupid people, and money doesn't fix everything. That one was on a little too tight, and my hand's kind of numb. But hey, it left good marks, so I like that. But that's where we end off tonight. I hope everyone had a good time. Please love yourself, love your fur babies, and until the next one, have a good time. Leave a like and a comment and a subscribe if you're new here or watching this later. What are your thoughts on how is Christian handling the baby? What would you have done? Other than he's the worst, because I think this is probably the most definitive proof of him being the worst. Because he just outright says the quiet part out loud in so many ways, and so does she. They're both awful, and there's times where she's worse than him here. But they're both atrocious, and neither of them should be having a child. But it looks like we're getting into the end scenarios now, so next week should be spicy. Come back for it. Consider sponsoring a duck. There's always lots of ducks. We could have lots more of the ducks. There's room on the stage, and I could add to it. We need more ducks. We haven't had a new duck in 2 weeks. I'm getting sad. So consider the ducks. But until the next one, I've been Insane Lane, and thank you all for watching. Thank you for being here and participating in the chat. You're all awesome. Have a good night. Love a fur baby. Take care of you. And until next week, bye-bye.